Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. We're here for this trial of Afroman. We are here to observe the funniest trial that's been around for a minute. We are close. We are close to catching up. We are a little behind still. Streamed all night. Had to take a break to drive my kids. But since Afroman is giving us a patriotic look, I don't have the American flag shirt or suit. I don't have that. I can't do that. But I can go the old red, white, and blue. The old red, white, and blue. In solidarity, unidos with my man. So, let me do one thing real quick, and that is to get, we got to get the locals announcement out. Once I get the locals announcement out, we're good to go. Locals and Twitter or whatever, that we are live. I was hoping to get back a little faster. It took me a bit longer at the store. Nick, why do you cast? What do you get from it? Where's April? What do I cast? Like you broadcast? Like this? Like stream? It's my job, girl. What do you think I do it for? I do it for money and personal fulfillment. As for where April is, leave her alone. Good Christ. What did she ever do to deserve your bullshit? Afroman Day 3 starts now. Afroman trial. This is the most fun trial stream I can remember. You will not believe what is happening before your eyes. YouTube link. Oh, I forgot to do the dual stream setup. Oh, no. RIP. Death. That's okay. That is okay. Rumble. Almost done with, where's that Rumble link? Where's that Rumble link? There it is. Okay. Send this guy. Full send. Enable chat. Publish. I just got to send it out on Twitter. Okay, and post. All right. Okay. Okay. What's with all the Haiti trolls? No. May I call in, post a link, let's chat? No, you may not. I don't do a call-in show. Go call your mother or somebody who gives a shit to talk to you. Very strange people sometimes out here. Let's get rid of that. Let's bring this up. Here we go, guys. We are going to be back. Shady Conservative has become a YouTube member. Thank you, Shady. Welcome to the party, pal. DJ Lasers YouTube says latent gay, latent gay, latent gay, latent gay. That's true. That is true. Nick, is April your friend? You're very concerned about this. What is your concern about it? That'd be nice to know. Okay. Some people, man, are fucking obsessed with something that doesn't involve them at all. Oh, yes. The correct locals chat. Once we get that guy up there, close this out. Stop the chat. Stop the chat. Okay. And new chat is up. And let's see. I think we're ready to go. I think that's about it. Just a subtle reminder, or not so subtle reminder. We do have, we are full. We have a full stock of super tips, super chats, memberships. All of those things are available to you at very low competitive prices. So you're welcome to do any of those if you feel so inclined. What I will demand of you is that you go ahead and click that like button if you enjoy the show. If you don't enjoy the show, why would you click like? Why would you even ask that question? What are you talking about? Here we go. Let's go.
Claiming that
I'm actually going to back it up about 30 seconds because it was funny.
thing that can be verified, true or false.
Ask your client.
Oh, wait, no, we got to go back a little further.
Don't you? And that's painted you in a false light.
It's called
This
Mr.
is
Walters
hilarious.
saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So
Sounds
you're
good.
claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous.
Just for a moment, how does him saying he's had sex with your wife, how is that defamatory towards you? That I'm not getting. How is that? I mean, that would be potentially a defamatory statement against your wife, but not you. What does that have to do with you at all? Lynn Britton 391 says, love seeing you back at your best. Oh man, tell everybody this is the best trial that we've had in years. In years. This is back to the halcyon days of Edgecombe and Brooks and stuff like that. It's funnier than all of those, in my opinion. So much of the trial coverage has been horrendously uninteresting since Murdaugh, man.
Pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
That's the line. We all know that's not true, correct? I don't know. You don't? Why are you impugning your wife right there on the on the stand. That seems unnecessary.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
Been
need
with
to
that
know yes or
woman
no.
since middle school.
I know.
Then why would you suggest that you don't know if she's cheating on you or not? You're the guy who said it. I love how he does that and he gets mad. He gets fucking upset with it. It's like, you want to go there? Well, like, no, I wasn't gonna. But you said you don't know. Do you have suspicions? Why don't you know? Where's that coming from? Is that a subconscious thing? Is there some psychology that we can apply?
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
This is a trap question.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm
This is a trap question because one of the elements is that the statement has to be a statement of fact, not a statement of opinion. And the way that you determine if something is a fact is it must be able to be known to be true or false. It must be knowable. Because if you can't know if something is true or false, then you can't make a knowingly false statement. It's impossible.
going to ask for a direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
That you don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer it.
He didn't answer the question. He's told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Okay.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer.
Well, because he didn't actually
It didn't
answer
make
the
you say
question.
something else. You can ask him another question.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay.
In just a second, I'll give a rundown as we switch videos.
And so am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
Okay. And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
You ever disciplined
No.
by your wife?
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the Sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
You should take wardrobe tips from me. What? His slovenly, lazy Old Navy polo isn't doing it? Oh man, it's got my motor going. I really love that he picked kinda black as the color. Oh, it's so dynamic. Mrs. Domestic. Not Mrs. Doubtfire, damn it. Nick in the Hugh Hefner outfit. Aye.
And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally
Thank you,
made
Spearman.
no notification.
Okay.
Everything's been made through my attorney.
Okay. But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
Yes, Venom.
I'm not for sure of the date.
If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit.
Okay.
I do not know that.
Okay. So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
His collar has a name that ends with Eenie. This is a fucking noodled out collar. No idea what it's supposed to do. It's like, am I supposed to like curve over? Am I supposed to lay flat? Am I supposed to curve back in on the neck? What's happening here? I hate polo shirts. I hate it. I hate them. There was a brief phase where I wore polo shirts because like that was kind of like the work attire, was like business semi-casual, polo shirts, khakis for the most part. And so I had some. It's always hard to find one that fits well. I don't even know why they have a top button. Who buttons all the way up on their polo shirt? Like, that'd be gross and disgusting. Who would do that? I don't get it. They're horrible. The collars never sit right because you have these going in different directions. Like they lay differently automatically. Why would you do this? Don't wear them. Polos are bad. A couple people can wear them. Some people can wear polos. You better be shredded. You better be buff as hell. Like, you better be worried that when you flex your triceps, you're going to rip the sleeves on your shirt. Other than that, don't wear a polo.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there. Right? So it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene.
Look, Gouveia can definitely wear a polo shirt. He has earned it. He has permission from the fashion gods to wear a polo shirt.
Yes.
But it was disconnected.
Yes.
And you were standing
To take
there?
his evidence.
To take his evidence.
Yes.
But it was not taken as evidence.
It was not.
So the only...
This guy owns some breed of bulldog. You know he does. Like an English bulldog or French bulldog, something like that. Like a pug. He owns one of those, and he's best friends with it.
only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash.
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
I'll keep my eyes open for...
No one was arrested for threatening you,
whip it
correct?
lover.
Not our choice, but no.
Now whip it.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
Okay. This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
I have Achilles.
You might have a second, Howard.
I don't like polos, though. Like I said, I have worn them before. The judge is asleep.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few.
Hugh Hefner was weird and gross according to the bunnies. Yeah, you think? Even I thought that guy's cringe. But he
Mr.
pulled it
Walters,
off.
I'm not going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm.
No
or
one
if you're
wants to
using it
hear
for
about
something.
you
The other
holding
hand,
your
there's a
shield.
bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield.
Nobody gives a shit about this. Why are we
That's
talking about the
what
fucking
occurred.
shield?
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something?
Oh shit, hold on. I'm sorry. This is important. I didn't pay attention when he... Oh my God. At least his belt almost matches his shirt, but is fading out on the polo, and his belt has some fucking vibrance and shine to it is kind of a problem. But like the pants, it's like you could pick any color in the world and you went with almost olive. Yuck. He's got it tucked in. My man is ready. He is ready for the church picnic.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the
Lady
bird
Tammy,
to his security
looking at
camera or
those in a minute.
something? Or
No,
we're trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
no.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone...
This is an important one. I'm trying not to pause so much, but Stringer Bell asked an important question, especially if people were not following along last night, or if you maybe zoned out or whatever. It says, do you happen to know why the possibility of his wife cheating on him is part of the questioning? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'm behind. No one legitimately thinks that this guy's wife is cheating on him with Afroman. No one thinks that. In Afroman's song, he said, I fucked his wife doggy style, or something akin to that. But he says, I fucked his wife doggy style, like to close out the verse. All right, so the defense attorney was saying, like, no one actually believes that Afroman is plowing your wife, right? Like, that's ridiculous. It's an absurd statement. It's hyperbolic. It's just it's an insult. We all know this. Everybody knows what's going on. I'm actually so fucking pissed off about where the world is right now, because you can't say anything. You can't just call someone a name. You can't just call them a thing. Remember back in the day when you could just say, like, someone's yelling at you, you'd be like, ha, cool, shut up, faggot. Or you could be like, ha. Now they're like, I can't believe you'd call me that. Like, why would you do that? Why would you use a slur? Why would you call me a homosexual? And you're like, no, you're not a homosexual, you're a fag. What are you talking about? Shut up. Stop being stupid. We used to just be able to insult people. We used to just be able to say something. Not everything was an actual, like, well, I'm giving you an epistemological fact that can be followed, and I want everybody to understand, like, usually if you're just calling someone a pedophile, it's just because you're calling them a pedophile. Like, not because you want the world to know that they touch kids. You just want them to know that it seems like they touch kids. There's a big difference there. But, like, that's what is going on in this thing. When Afroman says, and I fucked that guy's wife, he doesn't mean that he engaged in sexual congress with this guy's probably lovely and wonderful wife, who I don't want to speak ill of in any way, because that guy looked mad enough to come to my house. That's not what he's saying. Nobody thinks he's saying that. No one believes it. It's just in a song saying, bro, I fucked your wife. He's saying, I would outman you to your own spouse. That's all he's saying. It's just an insult. It's a masculinity comparison with a dick drop kicker. We all used to know this. I remember life like this. Do you like? I'm serious. I was thinking about this the other day because it's like on Twitter. It's like if you call someone retarded, you're like, no. They're like, no, I have the exact right amount of chromosomes. Actually, you can't call me that. You can't say this thing about me. It's like, why not? Why can't I just insult someone? Why does it have to be a profession of fact? It isn't most of the time. Most of the time, if you call someone a name, you're not actually trying to literally ascribe that label and everything it entails to them. You're just calling them a name because they fucking deserved it, because they said something stupid about Netanyahu or whatever. I'm so tired of that shit. It's like, you used to be able to just call someone something. Like, you look like a child murderer. It's like, oh my God, I don't murder children. Well, what do you do, sir?
No one ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home
I fucked this guy's wife
upset
too.
because somebody said Afroman was somebody else was their father
Stop
at
bitching.
some point before this?
As
No
recent
one
as
actually
yesterday.
believes this.
Because everything is brought back up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Your Honor, I had no recross of Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead, step down.
Thank you, sir.
I would have gotten back up there and be like,
You have a witness.
who
comment,
has
1 o'clock,
fucked your
sir?
wife?
Okay, so we have lunch break till about 1 o'clock. Enjoy yourself, don't talk about the case, don't research, decompress, whatever it means, get some fresh air, stretch, don't deliberate thoroughly. Have a good lunch.
No, that's not the pedo. That's the guy with the unfaithful wife.
Go on, Shirley. I'll need the record again.
Nice suit, Nick. Out 5 by Afroman. What do you mean out 5? Okay, we got.
And they have to stroke over.
Okay. There's 3 minutes left. I can't imagine. Oh, wait, no. Something does happen here.
Okay, I'm sorry. You are fine.
So just two, everyone ready?
We're ready.
Okay, so just two housekeeping items. One, Mr. Osborne is playing defendant's exhibit F.
When we were done.
8/13/04 to 8/13/58.
I think that's correct, Your Honor.
So it looks like there was 54 seconds of time there. And then when we discussed that there's claims being dropped, the injunctive relief claim in count 6 is still in play.
That's correct, Judge.
But that's a judicial decision.
Yes.
A judge decision, not a jury decision. So the jury doesn't get instructed, but the claim's still active. It's the claim for the judge to decide. So just to make it clear, when they dismissed one claim, previously counts 1 and 2 were dismissed by the court. I'm not sure who was assigned at the time. We started out with 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 is for the judge to decide, that's injunctive relief. And then the plaintiffs dismissed the 4th claim. So you're counting claims on the indictments 3 and 5 go to the jury, and 6 is for the court. Right, Mr. Klinger?
Yes.
Makes sense, Mr. Osborne?
Somewhat, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what doesn't?
That's probably a better argument at that time on what the injunctive relief could be granted in this case.
Well, no, I get that, yeah, but it's not a jury issue. And it's
No, I
not-
agree with that.
And it's not a dismissed issue.
I don't know if it's a relevant issue, but I would agree it's not a jury issue.
Fair enough. Okay, we agree. This is a different way of saying the same thing. You go it off the record. Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, let me, we have about an hour left of day 2. And then we're caught up. And at that point, we will jump into day 3, which is live right now. Wait, I think, hold on, yeah. Let me get this pulled up. Okay. Wait a minute. Nick Ricada gets really sleepy and yawns repeatedly. Don't put that on me. Don't do that. This is hard to do. This is a lot of streaming in a row. We will figure out what day 3 is pretty soon.
Go ahead. Well, you were assembled back there, so I think we're ready to go with the afternoon. We're still on
Lynn
the plaintiff's
Britton
case, so Mr. Klinger
gifted a membership. Thank you, Lynn. That kicks us off.
There you are. Okay.
That's just
Who's
the
next?
start. One
Plaintiff's
beautiful.
called, Michael Robinson.
Your Honor, for the record, the defense would renew its objection contained in the motion of limine file stamped March 16th. That was certified as that date.
Thank you for filing the motion of limine.
Who coughs, burps, and farts on mic?
And then that preserves the original. Very good. Go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Klinger.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
Would you
Megan.
introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Certainly. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm a deputy sheriff at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and been employed there for 35 years next month.
And can you tell us your current position and responsibilities with the Claremont County's Sheriff's Office?
Sure. I'm assigned under the investigative section with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. I'm an evidence technician. I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory.
I'm noticing a trend of deep drab greens. That last guy's pants. That guy was wearing this guy's pants. That's what was going on. They probably swapped pants so they can smell the crotches when they get him back. Gross. MC Pedamel says, are you going to bring on any experts as guests? No offense, but one of your colleagues seems way better to analyze the kid grooming and micropene aspects of the case. It's fucking, you guys are so fucking savage sometimes. Heather Whitaker gifting 5 memberships. Beautiful, wonderful, tall, extended memberships. The Mom Overlord has become a member by herself, which is an amazing choice. It's an amazing choice. Kind of like that other guy's wife's choice to have sex with Afroman. Your choice to become a member here will go down in the annals of history as the correct decision. Let's see. I think so that counts as a micropene. How did this make it to trial? That's a good question. I think it involves a corrupt judge, or, well, a judge who's favorable to the local PD. Oh, whoops. We have some, I think we're at 6 members now. Thank you. Thank you. Flux is back in the house. Wait, oh, do I need to do a +1 on that? I wish there was a button where I could just do that. I could probably build something where I'm not using the banner for the counter, and I could just press like a button. But
I am a certified
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's testifying to stuff that was not contained in the report that was provided to us, nor anything about his background was provided. This is improper to ask this at this point. It was not disclosed.
So, one of the things about expert witnesses, they're afforded a bunch of liberties. They get to, they get to be there and observe every day of trial, just in case their expertise is needed. That's one of them. They come with a level of kind of inherent credibility because of their expertise, and that's why you're allowed to go into and question their background very specifically, what makes them qualified for this thing. As part of the exchange that allows that to happen, their report on what they will testify to has to be disclosed to the other party, so the other party has the opportunity. It has to be disclosed in a timely manner, so the other party has the opportunity to have their own expert review and prepare a counter report. They are not allowed to testify to things outside the report unless they are also a fact witness. Usually that is not the case.
Clayman?
His name and his purpose here were...
Shit, I forgot to give a brief rundown. Thank you, Bilson420, for asking this. You could not have known how useful you would be. But someone earlier had asked for a brief rundown of the case. So let me do that really quickly. Afroman is a rapper of some notoriety because of the song from, 7 lifetimes ago called But I Got High. It was a song about all of the things that he was going to do, but he got high. So he didn't, because that's marijuana and that's funny to people. Other than that, he didn't seem to have any major commercial productions. He kind of faded out of the public light for several years. And I'm sure he seems to be well enough off. He probably lives off, the royalties of his music career, and he may do other things kind of behind the scenes. But his like front-facing music career, not popping off, right? This is not Kanye West or whatever the kids listened to yesterday. These cops decide to get a search warrant and raid his house, allegedly looking for a kidnapping victim and narcotics. Basically, homeboy got swatted. Homeboy got swatted by his ex-wife's friend or something like that, who's acted as a confidential informant. By the way, when you have a confidential informant and they have a relationship of a personal nature to the person that they're snitching on, that's also supposed to be disclosed in the warrant affidavit. I don't know if it was. Who knows? But again, they didn't charge him with a crime, so challenging the warrant doesn't matter. Like, you don't get to fight it. But anyway, they execute a search warrant of the home. Of course, he is not a kidnapper. They find some weed, but they don't really decide to go after it. There's nothing there. They take money from him, and they, because of civil asset forfeiture, say it may be part of a criminal operation like a drug deal or something like that. They take the money. When they return the money, some of it is missing. It's less than what they took. And it's less than what they wrote down. I mean, they wrote down $4,000 and returned approximately $3,600 or something like that. So about 10% of it is missing, and that's a problem. They also broke Afroman's door, and the whole raid was, again, completely bullshit. So Afroman asked the cops to just come back and fix the door that they broke. They said no, Lamau, just like that. And on a Hallmark card. They're old fashioned. They sent back, no, Lamau, we're not going to. And so what he did was he took the surveillance footage from his home security system, and he used clips of the surveillance footage of them doing the search of his property and made fun of them in a song called like Fix My Door. And then there's another song called Lemon Pound Cake, because one of the multiple of the cops are fat and rotund, but one of the fatties couldn't resist like slobbering over this lemon pound cake that he had out. So he made these music videos and made fun of these people. He made some posts about them. He called some of them kid touchers and stuff like that. And then they are suing him for defamation for what he said about them. That's where we are. That's a brief rundown of the lawsuit. Sorry, that took a little longer than I wanted it to. This is the plaintiff's attorney. This is a civil case. This is not a criminal case. This is Afroman versus these cops in a citizen playing field, not in a citizen versus the state playing field. They happen to be state actors, which, kind of colors some parts of the case, but it is not them using their government authority against him in a criminal action. So this is the plaintiff's attorney for 7 sheriff deputies, and then Afroman and his attorney. His attorney is a bearded leviathan of fiery justice and liberty and passion. He is a man of enviable stature, both in the physical and the metaphysical. His mere presence drives away insecurity and fear and tyranny and oppression, all in one sweeping exercise of his own aura. You'll see him in a little bit. All right, back to it.
Certainly disclosed. I'm simply giving background information so the jury knows who's talking
This
to
fat
them.
guy
He can
here's the
certainly be
bailiff.
cross-examined by Mr. Osborne if Mr. Osborne finds anything that he wants to question him about, but
Is there a written report?
there is.
Was that provided?
It was.
It was provided upon request. It's contained in my motion and limited email response to it and everything, noting the dates and times. There is no CV attached to it. He is asking stuff that would paint this gentleman as an expert. Expert requires at least 28 days notice prior to trial. It was never disclosed 28 days before, so it does not meet that. Asking him his training and everything, which we were not disclosed of, puts us at a disadvantage because we had no ability to research it, and we would object to that or paint him as an expert when it has not been followed per the rules.
He's going to be testifying as a fact witness, Judge, as to the investigation he conducted into the alleged missing cash in this case.
So the amended witness list is March 11. I don't remember the date of the first witness list. So as a fact witness, that's how I took him also. So his qualifications are relevant. I understand the objection and I overrule it. And you can go ahead.
Thank you,
Oh
Judge.
my God!
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
So he's testifying as a fact witness, but he's testifying to non-facts right now, relying on his expertise and training. So that's nice. Thanks, Judge. Huh. Wow.
Continue, please. And your title is detective. Is that how we should refer to you? Or
Yes.
What's up, Cat?
Detective
Canada?
Robinson, you were talking about your certifications, I believe.
Yes, I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I'm a certified CVSA examiner as computer voice.
This is completely inappropriate. This is completely improper. His resume is irrelevant unless he's an expert. His resume has nothing to do with what happened. They said he's brought in as a fact witness, but they're treating him like an expert. Asshole moves. This is utter bullshit. His CV does not matter to his witness of facts, but it will be used to bolster his credibility. He's sitting there talking like, I did this and this and this. I have this training. I'm so smart. I'm so cool. I'm so handsome. And we know he's not. We can see him. It's like, buddy, you're not in a Camaro.
Stress analysis for the last 25 years. I'm also a certified Part 107 drone pilot through the FAA, where I head up our Claremont County Sheriff's Office drone unit and flight missions, operations. I'm also...
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. What does drone training have to do with this? Was there a drone flown? It was not in the report.
Maybe nothing.
It has to do with who he is, Judge.
Yeah. It's not right on point, but it doesn't hurt.
I'm also, I've been certified Cellbrite examiner, which is the
None of this is
conducting
relevant to
forensic
this.
cell phone data extractions. I also serve as a backup coroner investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, or a coroner's office.
Thank you, Detective Robinson. Did
Who
you
died
have
other than that one
occasion
guy's wife's
to
virginity?
conduct an investigation into an alleged missing amount of cash at the Adams County
By the way, let me know
Sheriff's
if the
Department,
volume
the evidence room
on the
in
court
particular?
versus me
Yes.
is okay.
And just tell us how you became involved in an investigation into that.
I was contacted by our administration, who was contacted by what I believe to be the former sheriff, Adams County Sheriff Kimmy Rogers,
Yes,
to conduct
Destiny.
an investigation involving the alleged missing money.
And can you explain to us what your investigation consisted of? What did you do?
Well, I met with Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, and I wanted to conduct an audit, actually, of the property evidence room that consisted of monies that would be brought in or had been brought in by deputies, detectives, agents, and so forth. So we were given, when I say we, my partner and I, were given full access to that, where we counted monies that were brought in from other investigations and so forth.
And is it fair to say that your investigation really focused on an alleged cash discrepancy from a search warrant that had been executed not too long before your investigation?
That's correct.
And can you tell us
Correct,
any
Mom.
more about that investigation? For example, does the name Brian Newland ring a bell to you?
Yes. We were forwarded video footage, body cam footage, of the search warrant that was conducted, and I focused attention to the body cam footage that involved the money count. And when I say money count, there were actually two money counts. There was, from the body cam video footage, there was money that was collected from one room of the home, and there was other monies that were collected from another, what appeared to be another room of the home. So you had a money count in this room that totaled a certain amount, and then you had a money count in another room that totaled a certain amount.
And do you remember what the alleged discrepancy was? Maybe not in terms of numbers right now, we'll get to that, but just in general, what was the problem? There was something, an amount was recorded that didn't actually comport with the amount of money that was there. Is that?
That's correct. So what was reported altogether?
I love this. This guy's brought in because he's the guy who investigated the cops when several $100s of the money that they say they took wasn't returned. And they're like, we don't know where it went. So this guy came in to investigate if they did anything wrong. He's like, nope, they're fine. Like, they lost 10% of the money. It's just gone. And he's like, no, it's good. It wasn't them. What? How did we get to that? Why does this guy get to determine that? And how? How could he possibly determine that it wasn't his people? It obviously was. Bria says, hey, Nick, quick question. Did you drop your kids off in that suit too? No, I dropped my kids off in the other suit. I changed when I got home. I would, though. I've worn this jacket to soccer games and shit like that. you know, I wear the, like I would wear this out, no problem.
Was $400 missing, alleged to be missing. $390 from the first money count, from the one-room money count, and $10 from another money count from the other room. That totaled to $400.
All right. And did you review, you mentioned you reviewed some body cam. Do you know whose body cam footage that was?
That was Detective Newland's body cam.
Okay. And you reviewed that body cam?
I did.
And were you able to come to any conclusions after your review of that body cam?
So the body cam footage that I reviewed in the one room that was counted as $4,390. I reviewed that body cam footage,
Palmyra
and it was
Media
clear to
gifted
me
a
that
sub
there was a
on Rumble.
miscount
Thank you so
of
much.
$390.
And another.
And can you explain to us what it was about the body cam footage that led you to that conclusion?
Well, it's just also not
Should've been zero.
the video footage. It also includes audio. So video and audio together assisted me to determine this, but it's clearly on video. Do you want me to explain?
Please do, yeah.
So what Detective Newland does in counting this money was, you can see as he starts, he lays two $100 bills on the ground. You can clearly see that. And as he's counting the money, you can see it in body cam video, such as I'll demonstrate as I'm talking. And you can hear him count. With $200 on the ground, you can hear him count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then he shuffles the money. And then when he lays down on the $200, he lays a single $100 bill down, and now he's counting 7, 8, 9, 10. So what he's counting as $1,000 is clearly that he only has $600 in the pile.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's true.
And as he continue on with the body cam video footage, he makes piles of 100.
Why?
And there's several piles of 100.
Why
It's
does he do any of that?
Over $4,000. But as he's collecting the money from the piles that he made, he collects. You can clearly see on body cam where he's collecting.
You know what, guys? I was going to say there's no way that that happened, but the cops who have testified have been literally retarded. Sub 85 IQ. Barely able to communicate. I actually fully believe that that guy can't count at all. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I thought for a second I was just resistant because everyone I know knows how to count like from 1 to 10, and so they wouldn't get that wrong. Like everyone, including babies. But the cop who was testifying about counting the money, I think he might actually not know.
As $100, it actually contains $110. Now you can clearly see this on body cam video where there's a $50 bill underneath.
How does he get that
three
wrong?
20s. He picks that up and he collects it as 100, but it's clearly 110.
What?
He had a pile over to, in the video footage, you see it on his left side. He's got a pile over there and he counted of $90. So he has 3 piles of 100s now in front of him. He picks that up and he picks up what he collected as $90 and he calls it $390. So he writes down on a piece of paper $4,390 when in fact the $390 doesn't really exist.
And your review of the body cam convinced you that that was the source of the discrepancy between the $4,000 that was actually in the bag and the $4,390 that was written on the bag?
Absolutely.
Now you mentioned a second
I don't believe it.
pile of money.
I could watch exactly what he said happen. I wouldn't believe it for a moment. I don't buy it. I don't buy any of that. That sounds fucking fake to me.
Or a second bunch of money that was collected from from another floor or another room. Can you tell us about your investigation into that alleged discrepancy?
Yes. So in watching that body footage, now this is the monies, I guess, that were uncovered in another room of the home. I could not make a determination like I could on the other count. It just didn't provide me a clear. It was counted as $641 was what was written on the packaging material that was used, and counted as 641. When in essence, I believe when it was returned to the homeowner, I believe $631 was actually in the bag, a $10 discrepancy. I couldn't account for that on body video or the audio displayed, so I couldn't come to a conclusion to that amount.
Couldn't figure out the
So
$10, but the
for this
$400.
$10 discrepancy between 631 and 641, you were not able to determine one way or the other.
That's correct.
What happened to that money?
That's correct.
On the $390 discrepancy, you were able to conclude what happened?
Absolutely.
Isn't it amazing that they have a $390 discrepancy and then a $10 discrepancy that amounts to 10% when you combine them? That's 10% of the amount that was there. That's an insane coincidence that it would happen out that way. But like, people really like round numbers. Also, how do we get 390? I mean, clearly he mentioned the 400 discrepancy because the guy was like 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. What? Do you know anybody who would do that? It's not like it was like 1, 2, 3. Fuck, what happened? 5, 6, 7. It's not like that. It's 1, 2, 3, 7.
And did you draw any conclusions at all about the $10 discrepancy, even though you couldn't see anything on video?
Yeah. I
Finger
didn't
paint any
conduct
conclusions?
an interview with Detective Nolan. I didn't find it necessary, but I couldn't come to a conclusion of the 10.
He didn't even interview the guy. He didn't find it necessary. I don't even need to interview this guy. I don't need to know what happened. I can see it on the footage. That's definitely this happened.
And I don't think it would be so far forward for me to conclude that might have been a miscount. But again, I couldn't come to that conclusion. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait, you don't know?
And did you know Detective Newland before you started this investigation?
No.
Did you know anybody or have any relationship with anybody who was involved in this, in the cash that you were counting and investigating?
No.
Did you issue a report as a result of your investigation?
I did.
And is that report part of, kept in the public record as part of your normal duties as a detective?
Yes.
Could we have, what exhibit is that, Natalie?
31.
Thank you. Okay, we're showing you exhibit 31, Detective Robinson, and it looks like, first of all, from this little snippet we're looking at here from the first page, do you recognize this as part of the report you issued?
I do.
And it looks like the report date is December 8th of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you go to the second page of the report, please? And then the third page of the report. And do you recognize this, Detective, as the beginning of your narrative report of your investigation and the results contained in it?
Yes.
And we're not going to,
Shannon,
we
I
don't
slept
need to take
yesterday
time right now to review everything, but down at the
a little bit.
last
an
sentence
afternoon
of the
nap
second
or an evening
paragraph, you wrote, "The monies returned did not equal to what was indicated that had been originally removed from the home." Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
And that's referring to this cash discrepancy that you just talked about.
Correct.
And then let's go down a little bit further, and there in your report, there's some numbers there on the left, 1 through 7, with various numbers. What are those and why are those there? Just give us a little snippet of what you're doing.
I mentioned that I wanted to conduct an audit of the monies coming in that were brought in to the sheriff's office by deputies, detectives, agents, what have you, from scenes, to see if there's a pattern or an issue. There were nearly 70 items, 60-something items that we counted. We actually broke open the packages, examined what was on the packaging, the amount, and then physically counted the money in each package. In almost those nearly 70 packages, we did find 7 discrepancies in those money counts by various deputies, detectives, agents, whoever brought those in. I don't have that list, but of those 7 discrepancies, 3 contained monies that were less than what was indicated on the package, with the highest amount being $5. 4 of those discrepancies, 4 of the 7, actually contained more money that was in the packaging that was listed on the packaging, and that highest amount being $2.40. And a lot of this involved some coin change, if you will.
Okay. And Detective, what did you conclude as a result, if anything, as a result of this investigation into the whole evidence room here at Adams County?
You know, this didn't cause any red flags to us that that there was a huge issue or anything. That this is a common mistake of counting money and coin. It really didn't send us a red flag.
And then let's turn to the, no, hang on, I'm sorry. Yeah, while we're still at this page at the very bottom, this is simply, I think, reciting what you've just testified to. Can you just read that for us, starting with "while counting out"? Can you see your computer monitor, or is it?
Can you see it on this one?
Is that easier
Actually,
or not?
that's better.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Well,
Feel free. Yeah, no. We can blow it up a little too.
that's fine. While counting out 100 bills to 100.
Oh, he's going to read it. So we're down here while counting out $100 bills.
$100 bills was placed down on the ground and counted aloud by detective.
Two $100 bills was placed down. 2 $100 bills was placed down. These guys learned English from fucking Webster's dictionary, which is actually just a bunch of cock pictures from the hood. What? Were. Fucking come on. This is not the first one. The last guy testifying, or like I think 2 guys ago is testifying, he's seen this. I've seen this happen before. Oh, you seen something happen before? All right. Good God. They can't talk. They can't count. These people put people in jail. They cannot speak basic English, and they cannot count. Now, I know it's complicated counting. It was from the number 3 leaping to the number 7. 4, 5, and 6, those are hard. Or from the number 2, was it 2 to 7? It's like, are we kidding? These people put people in prison. Justin Wright says, I was in charge of evidence for detainees in Iraq. I had to write down the serial numbers of the money on top of counting it. We got a money guy who had a duffel of cash worth $12 million. It took 3 days because the idiot infantry couldn't keep count. The best and brightest, America's future, ladies and gentlemen. Sledge Entertainment says, every time I hear exhibit, I think of Pimp My Ride. Ms. Domestic says, do you think the defense was able to impact jury selection enough to level the playing field? I really hope the jury embarrasses these weenie cops. I hope so. Who knows, though? Joey Dalrow has joined, adding their member to the field of beautiful green phalluses. Welcome.
Nolan as being 2. The counting continues, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though you don't have a clear view of these bills being counted, the audio suggests that he has counted to the number 6. There is a pause and then it goes on. What seemingly is the arranging of monies in hand while the 2 $100 bills remain on the floor. Next you hear 7, and a $100 bill is placed atop of the other 2 on the floor. This is followed by 8, 9, and 10. This completes the pile the detective has established and collects it as $1,000. When it appears that he actually has $600. The video audio continues, and after counting out piles of money totaling $100 each, he begins collecting these piles, making a pile of $1,000. He makes 4 piles that appear to be totaling $4,000. With 4 piles remaining, 3 piles were collected and totaled as $300, and the 3rd pile collects as $100. It is clear that it contains $110. This is what I was testifying earlier. A $50 bill and 3 $20 bills.
Who counts like this? So he's like, here's a pile of 10 bills. Here's a pile of 10 bills. Here's a pile of 6 that I think is 10. How do we even get to this? If you work at fucking Target, they will come after you for $2 discrepancy. You have to resolve this shit before you can go home. These cops just like, I don't even know. This paper's confusing, sir. JDE Corey says, how me and Nick think officer counted. 1 for me, 2 for evidence. This is how the micropenis surgery was paid for. Is Kurt taking notes?
The 4th pile he adds with the other 3 and states on audio $390 and records on a piece of paper $4,390. Though he records $4,390, the video audio suggests to me that he actually has $4,000. I believe this accounts for the alleged missing $390 associated with item number 1.
All right, thank you. And then you also describe your conclusion with the second bag, and I don't know that we need to read that. The jury will have it back in the jury room if they want to, but essentially you weren't able to account for the $10 from the second bag, is that right?
Yeah, in reviewing that video footage and watching and listening, I couldn't make a determination to that amount.
All right. And do you know, was this amount of $4,390 on the first bag, was that written on the bag or somewhere in relation to the bag?
He writes it on a piece of paper. I don't recall if it was written on the bag.
And he puts it in the bag then? Is that your understanding?
I believe that's what was done, yes.
All right. And the video
That extra $3.90 is harder. That's harder to do. Oh, hey, thanks, ad block. Why? Fuck off. That's harder to do. The thing he's saying, he's like, well, I think this is what happened, is more difficult sounding than anything I've heard of. Justin Wright says, my leadership didn't think I was responsible enough to count myself due to my low rank, and yet I was the only guy in the detachment to have cash handling experience and was a supply specialist. I have money holding experience. MQSSS says it was a common custom to send the second or third son, known as the spare, to the priesthood. Nowadays, you send the dumbest to the police force. They're making the meme, man. They are making the meme. It reminds me of my own arrest, the jailhouse interview, where the little cop shaped like a bowling ball looks at me and says, are we going to find your DNA on cocaine? I don't know. I'm not a chemist. What the fuck? Are we going to find your DNA on cocaine? Yes. I guess. I think. I said, are you going to find DNA on cocaine at all? Like, is that a thing? And the guy's like, well, I know you're not going to find my DNA on cocaine. Like, oh, cool. That's good. I'm glad. Funny thing is, you probably were more likely to find his DNA on that cocaine than mine. Most of it was in bags I hadn't opened yet. But he handled it. JDE Corey says, cops trained at the Leering Center. That is how cops also learn to count and speak.
shows that.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you come in the baggie. This is how I prep the Coke. Don't worry, this is what I learned.
Detective Robinson, was your report available to the public if anyone asked for it?
I would believe it would be, yes.
You don't know?
Do you know if Mr. Foreman here or anyone else associated with him ever asked for a copy of your report?
I wouldn't know that.
All right.
I don't know that.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, that was very helpful.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So is it your testimony today that the police officers in Adams County have the same IQ as Sub-Saharan Africa, but only when you combine it together? Fuck, Sledge, yeah, I got you, brother. Just give me a minute.
So, Detective Robinson, you did an investigation at the request of the Adams County Sheriff at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you actually went farther than he asked for. You actually went and did a complete audit of all 66 money bags in evidence.
I wouldn't say that that was farther. It was part of the investigation.
So he asked for you to audit.
That was my idea.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. And out of those 66 exhibits, did you attach to your report a itemization of them?
Correct.
Okay. And each one you say the amount stated and the amount counted and whether it matched or not?
Correct.
You also indicate if the bag was sealed or not?
I did not indicate that, but they were all sealed when we examined them.
Okay.
cop didn't actually seal the bag of money before they left the property. Sledge Entertainment says, Nick, can I have a toast for my cousin? He took himself out on Sunday. Ex-military, then retired to Montana, became the chief of his PD, was on SWAT and heli rescue team. PTSD is a bitch. Yeah, man. Sledge Entertainment. Cheers. Cheers to your cousin. Choosing the early exit from a life racked and wrecked with the ghosts of his past, in the hollow offerings of a future may the ravages of PTSD be obliterated from the men and women of our country, from the men and women around us. And in the meanwhile, may we find compassion, peace, and comfort, knowing that at least their daily struggles, their daily pains, the regrets that are undeserved and unavoidable, and the hopelessness that permeates every single decision and ruins every single day, end with that fateful and fatal choice. Of course, we never want to recognize anything good in that choice. There is small comfort for us as there is for them. May they be remembered for the things that they couldn't remember themselves. And may they be honored for the ways that they honored everyone else. Cheers. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks.
Take off the lens cover.
Oh.
Just
Oh, okay. So I'm putting, this is a further amount of Exhibit 31 of the plaintiff. And so this would be the spreadsheet that you attached to your report?
yeah, and actually, yeah, that's correct. And it obviously states that there were some found what we indicated to be open.
And that would be unsealed?
Yes.
Some of the money bags were just, they were open. We don't know. No, it was the counting that was wrong.
So when it says open on here, it means unsealed?
That's what we put in there, yeah.
Why are the open ones the big numbers?
Did you note whether each evidence bag actually had like the number of denominations, like 7 $5 bills, 10 $10 bills? Did
No.
you note that?
No.
Okay. Did you get a chance to observe the packaging that the original money was in that was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I believe so. I don't recall what that looked like, but I believe we had that ability, yes.
So you don't remember if there was the bills written on it, so many 5s, so many 10s and such?
I don't.
Okay. But if you had noted that, that would be in your report?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
I'm concerned with the total amount, really not, I wasn't concerned by denominations, but I don't recall if that was on the packaging or not.
But you would agree if you put the number of denominations of each series of bill that was in there on the front of the bag, you could determine whether you miscounted or not just by doing multiplication.
I'm not sure. Perhaps, maybe.
You're not sure you can do multiplication, or you're not sure that you can count up that?
Well, again, I don't know if those denominations were listed on the bag or not. I just know what the video clearly shows me.
You don't know if you can do multiplication, or you don't know if you can count at all. Holy fuck. Miss Jessica MB1, you are permitted. You are permitted to shed a few tears. KB1 says, thank you for that pause. USA. You're welcome. I like this defense attorney. The questioning, like they are moving through witnesses like a Taco Tuesday roll of toilet paper. Like, holy shit. This trial is flying by.
So you're in time. So let's ask that question. There was 8 hours of.
How are you an investigator? How are you investigating a discrepancy in the amount of money that's supposed to be in a bag? And you don't write down the denominations. You don't like, he's just like, it was just obvious to me. How do you get to 390? How does that happen? That's just obvious to you that 390 is missing? Again, it's simpler if it's 400 because you can just go, oh, it's 4 $100 bills. But that's not what happened here. It necessarily has a minimum of, I think, 6 bills. That's the smallest amount possible. 300s, 220s, and a 10. Wait, no, sorry. 300s, a 50, and 220s. That's the smallest amount of bills possible to get to 390. That doesn't make any sense. This guy would have had to count multiple things wrong.
Body cam footage. How much body cam footage did you watch?
I watched all of the body cam footage, but focused my attention on the money count.
You watched all 8 hours.
I watched, well, I didn't count how long it was, but I reviewed I had the entire body cam footage. I reviewed the body cam footage, but I focused my attention on the money count. Now, if it was 8 hours, I couldn't say.
Okay. So, but you never put in your report anything about the money being left unattended or anything like that you saw in the body cam?
It wasn't my concern if the money was left unattended because, again, after reviewing the body cam footage and the count, and it was listed as 4,390.
Manuel says, why are they focusing on counting money if this is about defamation? Well, because one of the defamatory claims, allegedly, is that Afroman says that they are thieves because they stole his money. They're trying to establish that they didn't steal the money, actually, that it was a counting error, and so that his statement is false. If they stole the money, then his calling them thieves is true, right? Like, so establishing that they did steal the money would eliminate the defamatory or the defamation claim of calling them a thief. Establishing that they didn't steal the money makes the claim false, allegedly. Although it's not that simple because he could believe that they stole the money even if they didn't. And he could reasonably do so because they gave back less than what they said they took.
That's what was listed on the bag when the homeowner came to collect his money. And I believe to be $4,000 in that bag, and $4,000 was returned.
Okay. So there was a number here in your report. You talk about Do you recall what the total amount that was listed on the bag one?
Obscure Destination says, thank God Nick is back. Still won't answer my questions he said he would on X. Oh shit, like what? It's not intentional. I have ADHD. I don't even know. I don't even know who you are on X or what the questions were. And like where they are. Did you DM them to me? Where are they? Let me know.
You said it was how much?
I don't know if it was listed on the bag or not. I know that he was writing down in the body cam footage on a piece of paper, and I couldn't tell what the number was, but I could hear what he was writing because he was saying it as he was writing it, 4,390.
Okay. So he wrote $4,390 on a piece of paper with the bills.
Yes.
And that was put in an evidence bag.
If, to my recollection, yes.
Okay. And so your investigation, it's off by $390.
On that money count.
On
On
the
the
first
money count. Item 1, yeah.
Okay. And then the second count is off by how much?
It was written as $641 or listed as $641, and I believe the money that was returned was $631 when they counted it. So $10.
Okay.
Why don't you ADHDs?
But you
do
can't
that?
determine today what happened with that.
That $10, no, sir, I can't.
But you do make an allegation in your report what happened to it, correct?
I indicated in my report that confirming the miscount of monies of $390, it would not be so far to believe that it was a miscount of that money, but again, I couldn't come to any conclusion of what happened to that $10.
So when you said in your report, therefore, due to the history of proven miscount of money with item 1, it would not be so far as to believe a miscount of money occurred in item number 2?
Correct, that's what I wrote.
But you never put anything in here after that that said that you could not determine that, and that was just your guess.
Well, I certainly couldn't determine it, but I didn't. That's not written in my report as word for word what you indicated.
Well, if your report's open to the public, shouldn't it be accurate?
It is accurate.
You don't know where the $10
You're
went.
saying today, though, that you can't determine, but you said here in your report that you can determine. So explain to me what's accurate about that.
I indicate that it wouldn't be so far to believe that it was a possible miscount of the $10.
But it doesn't go on farther in that same paragraph after that to say that you could not determine it.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's
Okay.
not. This is not accurate to your
But
testimony.
that's
The Lorax, is this true? Once upon a time, I emailed Rackets. Rackets told me to stop being a pussy. I framed that email. Is that real? That's amazing. God, I'm so insightful sometimes. An honest doubter says, I sent an email to Nick in 2018. He just replied. Damn. What the hell? Is Lord of the Ree says, U.S. bombing Iran again. No mass deportations and little hats running foreign policy. Thought I'd promote the music video for my song Lamp Posts Exist, featuring your favorite politicians, Long Walks Music, on all the platforms. Guys, go ahead and check out Long Walks Music. Speaking of long walks, I'm taking a long walk to the bathroom. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a second. Cat Slave says, you're using real math, Nick. The police were using Roger Rabbit accounting method. Yes. Yes, they were. The jacket looks like the dress Kylie Jenner wore to the Oscars. I didn't watch. I did not watch. Well, let's see. Relatively Objective says, don't they open themselves up to criminal prosecution by suing since he accused them of multiple crimes? Why would you open discovery on yourself? I don't think they're worried about it since they're the cops. Very unlikely that they're going to get prosecuted for any of this. Lord of the Rings says, and in less important news, I'm going to be a dad. Lady Ree is being induced on Easter. If he doesn't come sooner, future fascist Jameson Cole. A cheers to your little one to come. May they bring you much joy, my friend. Okay, back to it. Sorry.
That's exact. I mean, that's the fact. I cannot determine.
And so that should be in the report here.
I believe by reading that, you can believe that it cannot be determined.
That's how you read it.
That's how I read it.
Okay.
This guy looks like the sheriff in like a movie or a show about a corrupt small town. Like, doesn't he? Doesn't he fucking look like the guy who's gonna rough you up when you get into town? He looks like fucking Brian Dennehy in Rambo.
And you went and interviewed Mr. Foreman, correct?
I didn't interview Mr. Foreman.
Who did you interview in relation to this?
I didn't interview anybody in this situation.
Not even Dee Russo, the evidence technician?
Yeah, she was with us when we did the audit.
Not even the evidence tech?
So you interviewed her?
It wasn't an interview.
Well, what was it then?
Just indicating of what, providing what we needed as far as the audit concern and the money count. And she was with us when the money was being counted.
So not to be mean to Dee, but so she was what, just fetching and carrying the evidence for you?
Well, she's in charge of the evidence property room, and that's how we made contact with her.
But you didn't sit there and ask her what she saw when she counted the money when it was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I didn't ask her that, no.
Okay. I'd like you to look at the second to last paragraph. I submitted a subpoena for the raw footage from Channel 19. Why would you submit for the footage of a news agency when you could have interviewed one of the people standing in the room there because she was with you the whole time as the evidence technician?
Well, I thought the raw footage may involve some assistance in while counting money, so that footage was in reference to the money being counted or returned to the homeowner.
So that footage is more important than a witness who stood there, who had power over it, whose duty was the responsibility to watch that?
I think video and audio are just as important.
In fairness, homeboy can't count. How useful is he? This guy, you think this guy doesn't know that guy's a fucking idiot? Of course he does. Of course he knows that. Aaron, I've done it. I'm gonna have to leave it to chat because if lots of people come in and ask about it, just know that it's the best trial that we've had broadcast in a while.
Just as in this case where it's clear.
We have 999 viewers on YouTube right now. It's pissing me off because it's not over 1,000. But we'll get there.
For item number 1 with a miscount of the 390.
Okay. But your audit showed a discrepancy of over 10% of all of the money and evidence, correct?
I think it was 66 items and 7 discrepancies, with the largest one being $5.
So roughly.
So whatever that percentage is,
There we go. We
roughly
crossed it.
roughly.
And each one of those was only off by less than $10 either way, correct?
Yes, less than $10. $5 and less, yes.
Okay. So even by your own audit, the second count, which is off by $10, is actually even an anomaly compared to the other 10% that was miscounted.
I'm not sure what you mean by anomaly, or are you saying it's unusual, or?
No,
It's
not
off!
unusual. So, let's go back to your testimony.
It's not correct. Dad's pissing me off. He's like, this guy it's just like, whatever, it's off. Can't figure it out.
Okay, so.
If you can't figure out where the $10 are,
You had 3 that
Why do I
indicated
trust you on
less,
the $3.90?
with the most being indicated missing $5 as a miscount, correct?
That is correct.
You then found 4 that had more money than listed, with a highest being $2.40, correct?
Correct.
So $10 is more than you found in the 10% audit, correct?
Yes.
kind of shady gifting a membership. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're up at 15 members so far. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How did I miss that? How did I miss Angel
Who
the
did you send a
Aussie
copy of your report to?
gifting a
I-
membership? Thank you.
I can't recall if I sent any
5
copies. I may
memberships.
have, I just don't recall.
You sent a copy of Mr. Foreman, though?
I don't recall sending a copy to Mr. Foreman.
Okay.
You guys are amazing. We've got tons of members-only content coming. Lehman. I'm excited to cover it. This has been fun so far. Angel, you've brought all of Australia with you. And the power behind that, the presence of your fake country warms my heart and inflates our numbers.
Did you look at the return on the search warrant?
I did not.
But as far as you know, it would have an incorrect amount of money on
Don't
it
know,
due
Ready
to the
Red.
miscount?
You should
The
just
search
leave her
warrant
alone.
return should have $4,390 as
And
one
what?
count and $641 as the other count.
Which adds up to over $5,000.
Yes.
So, okay. If I may have a second, Count.
I turned the court volume down just a hair. I've seen a couple
Your Honor, no
people
further questions for this witness at this time.
say that it makes it hard to hear me. Hopefully that fixes it. I don't want to make huge adjustments.
Detective Robinson, we're going to pull up this report one more time, and let me ask you just a couple questions about it to clarify what happened here. What exhibit is this, Natalie? 31?
Yes.
Looking at exhibit 31 again, the last page of your report, Detective.
You're gonna have to reset it.
Where's this finish?
You have the whole report in paper
I
form.
wonder,
Just use the document.
we could do that.
Just set it down on the document.
Mine is marked up.
Your Honor, mine is not. We could use
Thank
mine.
you. Thank you for the accommodation.
Your Honor, mine, just for the record, mine does have one thing at the top that says Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, so I know what it is when I refer to it.
We're just going to use that, this one page.
Thank you. Flip the switch back.
Yep.
Alice Martinez says, "What's up with the jacket?"
He's
Who,
resetting
the
it. I
guy on
hope
the
that doesn't
stand? I don't know.
Mess us up here.
I wouldn't wear that jacket. Branca is busy talking about illegal immigrants and Indians and shitty politicians over on his channel. He and I will be reconvening for the Courtney Clenny trial, which starts at the end of April, like April 23rd, I think. So, fear not. Fear not. OnlyFans girls and Bronca. That trial, I thought that was going to be the most fun trial. Now it's going to be fighting with this one, I'm guessing.
Your Honor, if I may ask, this might be a perfect time for me to ask for a restroom break, because...
Aaron gifted a membership. Thank you so
We're not able to
much.
do anything at this time.
How long do you think this will stand?
I have 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Make it?
I can try, Your Honor.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Alley Cat, that's in like April 23rd, I think is when it starts.
Don't say a word.
Which is good. It's been so long since there's been like trials that I want to cover.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Perfect.
See, Dose Reality says Fleesa over at the Two Fleas on a Dog, the main channel in the What the Hail story, spoke of you last night. That is likely the reason for some of the hateful trolls. Well, I mean, I think I think I might have earned some of them on my own. I don't want to give too much credit to anybody else. Also, they don't have that many people who watch that show, do they? God, that show. That show is something else.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you. Okay, Detective Robinson, we have this Exhibit 31 back up on the screen. And the page we're looking at has a second to the last paragraph there from the bottom. And you wrote, as I'm reading it, as to evidence item number 2 and the alleged missing $10 from the counted and recorded $641, I cannot determine from the body cam footage the amount possibly collected. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And was that true?
That's true.
That's an accurate representation of your conclusion?
Yes.
This guy is literally here testifying that he did an investigation and he found out that that the money went somewhere, but he's actually wrong because he hasn't accounted for all the money. He hasn't done it. There's still money missing. He's like, no, it's fine. Well, how is your investigation reliable at all?
While we're on this page, and since Mr. Osborne asked you a question about Channel 19 footage, I want to ask you about the short paragraph right above the one we just looked at, where you wrote, I would like to note that a news article published by WXIX reporter Ken Baker on August 30th, 2022, a week after the execution of the search warrant, the homeowner reported that investigators removed $4,000 from his home. Why was that important for you to include in your report?
I felt that if someone, this money was collected, I believe,
Aaron,
if
give
I
to
recall
membership.
correctly,
Thank you.
from some clothing, an article of clothing, maybe in a pocket or something of that sort, that it would be strange to have 4,390 tucked away like that. It would make more sense if you had $4,000 maybe tucked away.
What?
And when I saw this article, I found it of some interest, so I put that in my report.
Okay.
You based your conclusion on the fact that it makes more sense to have $4,000 than $4,390? Holy shit. I hope they hit him on recross on that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Recross.
Just a couple questions, Ron. So, Detective Robinson, you found the news article of interest? Is that correct?
Yes.
More interest than interviewing anybody who was there, Brian Newland, Mr. Foreman, or anything?
I didn't find it necessary to interview them.
Okay. So this news article, though, would have occurred before Mr. Foreman got back his money, correct?
All I recall and what I documented is that it was a week after the search warrant execution.
Do you even know when he got back his money?
Not off the top of my head.
So you don't know if he got it back a week or 10 months later? Is that correct?
Well, he didn't get it back a week later.
So when
but
he
he got
made
it-
that statement, he
I
did not
can't
have his
recite to
money,
you.
correct?
I'm sorry.
When he made that statement to the news, he did not have his money back, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
Mr.
But I don't believe
Robinson,
he did.
How about, let him finish, it's easy to step on each other. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Robinson, let's cut the crap on this. You said he didn't have back his money a week after the raid, right?
I don't know when he got the money back. I don't recall the date. I'm assuming that it was a week after the search warrant execution that he did not have his money returned.
So when he made that statement, you would assume he did not know or have his money back from the police department at that time.
Are you saying he didn't know the amount of money, or
I'm asking you,
If he
based on what
had
you just testified
the
to,
fucking
did
money.
he have back his money a week after the raid?
No, I don't believe he did.
Okay. Did you call Ken Baker?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Ron.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Go ahead and step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Audrey Little, 2 months of member flexation.
Next.
The plaintiffs called Joseph Foreman as if on Trump's
Smile and a
mandate.
heart. Thank you. Okay, this is amazing. This is amazing.
You solemnly swear the
The plaintiffs are calling Afroman. The plaintiffs are calling him. They have to examine him within the rules of direct examination, which means they have to ask him open-ended questions, not leading questions. They cannot lead him. If he was on cross, they could. But because they are calling him in their case in chief, they have to ask him open-ended questions, which means he gets to narrate a little bit. A bold choice.
testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed?
Actually, it's 46.8 states, according to how your cops count. Fucking idiots.
In?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was, but then I got...
Oh yeah, this is still day 2's video, but I believe he also wore this day 1. But this is day 2's video. We're almost caught up to today.
Got high?
Because I got high.
Because I got high? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
Out of context, hilarious. Out of context, hilarious. We should probably just ask that one cop's wife if he's large. Rat's Ass said, excited to see my oncologist today because I can show up high, lol, doctor's orders. Get it, and good luck, of course.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time
Yes.
No,
Not
the
all
other
the time.
day.
Just here lately.
because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
It's really, his social media presence isn't that big. I mean, it's very, it's a very nice social media presence. Pretty much anybody whose like life involves social media, and at least in a professional way, would love to have those numbers, and then hopefully build from there. So like, no shade at all, but it really kind of goes to show that he's not wildly popular. I mean, this isn't like a pop star, 40, 50 million followers and shit like that. I mean, he's got a good social media presence. This guy is not like an A-lister in the music industry, pulling tens to hundreds of millions of people, followers and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting because it just gives us an insight into like how much presence he actually has. It's always kind of hard to determine. You can't have a couple one-hit wonders. It doesn't. That doesn't make sense.
2022, Mr. Foreman. You
only
weren't at
have
home.
one-hit wonder.
No.
You were driving home from Chicago,
Yes.
and you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault.
This is why calling the other party on direct is potentially a terrible idea. You just asked him, why'd you do this thing? But a thing that's irrelevant to the defamation, by the way. Him posting stuff in the past week has turned out a great move for him. But it's all around, it's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter if he posts stuff this week that doesn't inform us on the defamation. But now he gets to say, no, I'm doing this because what they did to me was wrong from the outset. They raided my house improperly and they knew it. They stole money from me. It's bullshit. He gets to narrate.
If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
No.
yes, for
Yes.
tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house.
Preach,
yes,
brother.
I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday
Yes.
and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff's was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually more
I didn't know
money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house.
I didn't want to get beat up or Epsteined at the sheriff's station. What a heroic fucking answer. He literally, unironically, let's take a pause for a minute. He lays out to the jury that he's physically afraid of what the police might do to him because of what they did to him. Because he said, because I saw how they were running around my house on my security cameras. Compelling. Right on, gal. Says Aaron's gift hooked me into monthly maintenance. Hell yeah. And then right on, gal gifted a membership as well. Thank you so much for doing that. Always important to bring more people in. Torin asked a question about cameras, and Torin, I'm going to answer you in locals in just a second. And tell you which camera I was talking about.
With AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make
I didn't know nothing about the
miscount.
miscount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
Right? All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
The deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Can you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safe.
There wasn't anything in there.
Was anything missing from the safe?
There's nothing in there to be
Nothing was in
missing.
them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
Being intentionally fucking stupid is so irritating. I hate
You talked to
attorneys
Randy
like this.
Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens.
Thank you.
And a small amount of marijuana.
L
He told you that.
flocking
Yes, sir.
blue. For the 5 gifted subs. Amazing.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation
Mr. Foreman.
by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
I agree. We
At the
got to get
station?
that membership
Yes.
count up.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did
when
your
I got my
attorney
cash.
ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it when I got my cash back from the station. It wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. While Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it, Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection, and we'll pay attention to it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you
Fucking
know, and that's all you know
great.
today, isn't it?
Great answer.
That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
Yeah. You guys said you took this amount of money and you gave him back less. If your fucking retard can't bother writing the correct amount on the bag, too bad. Pay the amount that's written. Pay the amount that's written. This attorney deserves to be beaten with a road cone. Fucking useless.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing. If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras.
Yep.
None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what they
care about
did.
if they stole one.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of
He's
it is
got
an
a
outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the
got
lady
returned.
admitting that she took?
you answer my-
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
Well,
Go
Nobody,
argue with her admitting that she took my money.
nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is
let's-
short
Mr.
because it
Foreman.
stayed open all weekend.
This attorney is sitting here First of all, it's good that the defense attorney isn't objecting because Afroman is winning this encounter, in my opinion. He looks like the better party here. But this attorney is arguing with a witness. Objection, argumentative. Also, other attorney's a giant fag. What are we doing? He's sitting here arguing with the other party. Unprofessional, unethical, a violation of the procedural rules of the court, violation of court decorum. It is not his job to argue with the witness that he called especially. It's not as simple like, hey, is that actually accurate? Are you sure? Do you remember it? What about this? No. He's arguing with this man about the propriety of what he's, of his memories. He's arguing with him about the source of his knowledge being accurate. And it's his people. His people told this guy he gave him less money than they took. However, it's not just that. He also knows. He knows that he got paid $5,000. It's one thing to be short 500, 600 bucks. It's another thing to be short 1,000.
Long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted
What's up,
that
Margs?
they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes.
So
Nobody
it looked like
admitted
somebody
that they
took it.
took your money, correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Newland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk.
Holy shit! Why would you call this guy to the stand? Why would you do that? That guy's a giant rapist. Fuck him. Forever. Forever. He buys them beers. He gets these underage girls. Holy shit. Justifies the pedophile claim and the statutory rape claim. He believes it to be true because of what he's heard specifically about him. Why would you leave this up there? You can't do that. You should be calling him on cross, not on direct. He gets to dry fuck you in the middle of court. Have fun representing your little pedophile cop, you piece of shit. Hell yeah. Solidarity with my African brother. We African Americans need to stick together. That's why I'm on Afroman's side here. Entirely race-based. Entirely. I can't fucking stand these vanilla gorillas coming after him. Garbage. Rat's Ass says, correction, attorney is a flag. Correction. That's right. That's right. Rick Astley's Revenge says, Iran isn't the only place being bombed. Yeah, correct. Oh my goodness. Dropping hot beef on this grill. Megan, two great Americans. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for the Sean Hannity compliment. You, sir, are a great American. You're a great American. I never paid attention to Afroman. I didn't really care about, like his whole thing. Like, who does? Who does? Now I like him. Now I want to listen to his music and chill.
And all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls, and he can get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right.
How's that lawsuit treating you, Brian? You moron. He's also a wife abuser. Statistically, there are problems with law enforcement officers and spousal abuse, particularly male law enforcement officers. Well, and also lesbian Lisa licking down low or whatever. Statistically likely. Oof. Ah, you leave it open. You leave it open. It's like you're playing chess against someone. You just pull your pants down, turn around, and spread your cheeks. I don't know what advantage this gives me in the game, but I know what to do next.
You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer.
Please ask another one.
Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money.
Yes.
Remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you, and I can show you my copy. Refresh your...
What else can you show me, you slut? JDE Corey says, can't get hit with defamation on the stand either. It's part of the proceedings. Ouch. Is the attorney high? Correct. All this is privileged. All of this is privileged against any defamation claim. Whoops. Your dumb attorney elicited the testimony. Angel the Aussie says, please hit the like and share for our poor little Nick. You guys are amazing. We had right around just shy of 1,000 people all night through 7 a.m. Central Time. That was crazy. Now we're up pushing towards 1,300 on YouTube. I feel like maybe the algorithm and word of mouth is helping get the word back out that I'm here, and we have a great fucking trial going.
recollection.
So vaping is gay. I
So
know.
it refreshes recollection.
It's,
Trees.
You're way straighter if I had a dick in my mouth, but
thank you, Judge.
YouTube doesn't like that.
If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with a police report.
So
If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report, we would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way, just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage.
If Mr.
Just make sure you think he reads it right, otherwise I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Wrestle with me, Daddy
Yeah.
Judge.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right. That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition, I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Oh, is he?
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question: would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer: you know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something, they shake my hand, yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question: you don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer: well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7.
Hold on, I
and
need to hear
ending-
that again. I need to hear that again. I think he said it's probably true, right?
What I've heard. Question: you don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer: well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7.
Afroman, don't look sad. Don't look sad and shake your head. Don't worry, you got this, brother. Just because you say something's funnier if it's true. I often say that the true thing is probably the funnier thing, because that's how life works sometimes. Sometimes life is fucked up like that, where the funny thing is true. It's more likely to be true than the unfunny thing, because life is funny. Don't let him use an idiomatic response to try and discredit your reasonable belief in the things that you've heard about this person. What reason does he have to not believe it? Hey, Torin, I dropped the link in the locals chat to a fantastic camera. It's the Insta360 as far as webcams go. I haven't seen anything that produces a picture like that. It looks like a DSLR. I've been tempted to use it, but then I would feel bad about my more expensive DSLR camera. But it's really good. Check it out. I have one, fully endorse it. It is worthy. Relatively Objective over on Rumble says, so with George Floyd, the cop had his knee on a black man's neck, but with Afroman, I think it's safe to say the black man has his proverbial knee on their necks. Balance. And then, and I think, oh, that pray hands. I thought it was a nose. And here we go.
Vape hits for Jesus. Blow us a cloud, bro.
There you go. Hey, what's up, Lady Rackets? Yeah, I could use some food. I could use a little bit of sustenance.
And ending with line 21.
All right.
Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
Oh, I suppose you want me
I
to
don't remember, that was a long time ago.
But that's my question.
I've always
Thank you.
put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's
Yeah.
my basis, and I've always...
We noticed that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
your
so-
attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy butt. It's too much for me. So
You just opened him up. His opinion is that, which I said that when they showed the picture, hands right on the kid's butt. His other hand's actually down kind of where the kid's crotch would be. And he said fondling testicles. Like, that makes perfect sense with having the opinion that the way he's holding that kid is inappropriate. Suddenly, that fact statement is based on his observation and his honest opinion about it. Cat Black says, will you cover the Carmelo Anthony murder trial? Maybe. It always just depends on schedules. Like if there's, one, if I have the ability to sit and, stream a trial all day, and two, if I'm not streaming some other thing at the time. Here we go.
If you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff about little boys.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition, on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14.
Cookie, I'm sitting in solidarity with my man, Afroman.
On page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
Correct.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that.
Melissa Kalanko became a member. Thank you.
So we got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Judge. That was
Do you
really
remember
nice of
telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, for all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras.
Money.
So all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really, in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money?
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
No.
Not really. You know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's
again?
publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. You know, thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just you know, an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victims at the same time.
And you!
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you've
Under
done.
the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Hell
Yes, sir.
yeah!
In your lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday.
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes,
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
yes,
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay.
FFS Cast says a real N-word is standing on business. Hey, yo, it's just business, y'all. It's just business. Cookie has become a new member. I think maybe. Cookie has become a new member on YouTube. Thank you, Cookie. I thought you already were a member, but welcome back to the fold. As always, guys, we are pushing up towards 1,500 live on YouTube. Keep doing whatever y'all are doing, liking, sharing, commenting. Love it. Let YouTube know that that you're happy to see this show. That's a great thing. YouTube likes to hear shit like that. Rat's Ass 67, new member, thank you. By the way, I put in the description of yesterday's video or last night's video and this video, or we'll have it, not in the description, in the comments. It might already be there, but put in the comments to go ahead and you can reply to my comment. It's pinned. Reply with timestamps of your favorite moments and anything like that. And you may see those pop up as their own short video sometime in the very near future, like, today, tomorrow, stuff like that. If there's a timestamp of a moment you like, let me know. Let me know. I can probably drop a little screenshot of your screen name too if I use your timestamp. So telling me what you guys like to see and enjoy watching so we can share it with other people so they know this trial's fucking fun is always good stuff.
So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that. But you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault.
Why
And
would you
now
want
they
this
wanna
man
sue me
saying
for
this?
their mistake.
there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's not a good answer because that suggests a reckless disregard of the truth. That could be a problematic answer. He's unwilling to entertain the possibility that he has something wrong. That is a harmful answer. However, there are other elements, of course. He seems to believe the truth. He's laid it out. Call that guy a pedophile because he sees how he's handling a kid. A rat's ass 67 says, Afro drizzle them facts. They ran with a rumor to get a search warrant. He's going to use the same rumor to make his music and money. Make it rain. Make it rain. And bringing him on the stand on direct was a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Chris Clemens says, look at you being a good jewelry and getting us to curate your content for you for free. Proud of you, Nick. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, I still have to go through and make sure you guys are correct about it being good moments. And this is an honest exchange. I said, I think about potentially putting a screenshot of your of your comment in the video as well. I'm happy to do so. I just got to figure out how.
You want to continue, I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr.
Sandy
Foreman this time.
Callie
I was going to hold off until
joining us
our
on
case
as a
in
new
chief.
member.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. He said later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case.
We actually saw this in the Corey Richins trial. What was it? The state, I think, was it Corey Richins? Yeah, the state, I think it was Corey Richins. Fuck. I think so. We just saw a similar thing in that trial. They're like, well, we're going to bring this person back on direct. So we want to just go ahead and direct examine them. And in that trial, that judge said, no, nope, you can cross-examine here. That's what's proper. So it would have been the defense doing this. You can cross-examine here. That's what's proper. That's where we are. And if you want to bring them back on direct, you can bring them back on direct during your case in chief, which of course they ended up not levying a defense. That judge made the right call because they chose not to levy a defense, and to allow them to direct examine that witness would have been improper because they never got a chance, or they chose not to call any witnesses. That would have been a workaround where they cheated their way into having a witness on direct that they otherwise wouldn't have. This judge is saying the opposite. Hey, you want to just go ahead and do direct? Do you want to go ahead and do that? Now, I think in this case, it makes more sense because guaranteed Afroman side is going to put forth their case. They're going to do that. They're not going to do the remain silent defense from a criminal trial like they did in Corey Richins. They're going to put together a case and bring it on defense. And so the likelihood that they'd be calling this person during their case in chief, he's now giving them the option to do it now. If I were them, though, I cross-examine and then I asked to call them back. because it gives you a chance to kind of like redirect, but outside the scope of, well, they'd be on cross. So, but it allows them another bite at the apple later after other information has come in. It might change their questioning strategy. I think it's better to wait it out. This judge has been consistently anti-Afroman. And so if he's like, hey, do you want to do this? No, don't take his advice. This guy sucks.
You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Obscure Destinations. Are you that name on Twitter?
Subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the exhibits on a break. What do you have?
I have no one ready. All my people were subpoenaed to be ready tomorrow. I will have to call them to get them here in the morning.
Don't research. Don't think. Don't talk. Ruminate in your own mind, maybe, but it can't be any farther than that. The admonition we talked about previously about deliberating as a group and thinking collectively is still in play, and you can't look at anything on.
Okay.
You've worked with kids for how?
So wait, I gotta double check this. I think this is the next video, but we've got to make sure. Give me a second. I'm also gonna have to step away for just a minute, and I'll be right back. Take a very, very short break here. Okay, give me just a minute, guys. I'll be right back, and we'll get right back into it. This shan't take long. Okay. Okay. Told you that shouldn't take too long. We are cooking. Back to it. We have Angel the Aussie gifting another membership. Thank you guys so much. Love bringing all these members into the channel. You have no idea what you're in for on the membership streams. We're going to have some fun, especially with this case going. All right, so there we go. That's day 2. That's day 2. We're now on day 3, which was streamed 3 hours.
Mr. Foreman's music from time to time?
They do.
3 hours of it was streamed 4 hours ago. So the court must be on break right now. That makes sense. That makes sense. So we're going to play a little catch up. Not helping your insomnia. Nor mine. Nor mine. And Defender of Men says, just a little sugar booger break, Nick. No. No, those days are long past. That would put me in prison. This is day 3. This is the beginning. Here we go.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play...
Wait a minute. The court is in deliberation? They are deliberating? Deliberating what? Like, did they haven't done closing arguments and shit.
Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing?
Wait, closing arguments are already concluded? No way. That's fucking insane. We better catch up.
Laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that.
Strike that.
I'm going to give you the complete song
Okay.
and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Well, that's sad. That was like when Ben Shapiro was like, wet ass pussy sounds like a medical condition. My wife would know, she's a doctor. Okay. All right, Ben. Ooh.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
This case moves so fucking fast. That's crazy. It's how it should be, though. Shouldn't be sitting around for
You're
fucking
not gonna
years.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes,
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department and everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
no, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So
Damn, that's devastating. Hey, you know what sucks when you're involved in civil litigation? Having an ex-spouse. You don't want to have an ex-spouse around to answer the questions. If that thing was bad at all, he's law enforcement. If she's an ex-spouse because he beat her, it's no, everything was fine. Didn't affect us at all. He's effectively lying right now. Oh my God.
any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
MLS says no spousal immunity in Ohio. A spouse can't be compelled to testify, right? An ex-spouse, at least in some states that I've looked at, cannot be compelled to testify about the statements or conversations that they had with their spouse at the time. That's the privilege. They can't be compelled to testify about specific statements made back and forth or conversations. They can be subpoenaed to testify against their spouse, their former spouse, just not about the words used. So I don't know if that's consistent in Ohio, but that's what I've seen in other places. There is a distinction once a divorce occurs.
Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess after the shenanigans yesterday, today we start off with direct examination. We're now in the defense's case in chief. We've moved from the plaintiff to the defense. So that was a defense witness.
Morning, Ms. Groves.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be.
Inflatable says this is like a speed chess trial. It's actually not. This is Branca and I have said this a billion times while watching these long ass major trials. Most trials are like this: 4 days, 4 days, 1 week, because they just don't take that long if you move them along, and unless your witness list is huge. Now, the trials that we've watched, the big criminal trials, have several experts come in and we got to go through their CV and they've got to be voir dired on everything. It takes forever because of that and how the state prosecutes cases with expert after expert after expert after expert, giving, in my opinion, false credibility to their claims. But that said, that just floods the time. All of those forensic analysts, they're all so slow and boring, but a big part of that is going through their qualifications. Just for them to say, yeah, I took a fingerprint and I ran it through the machine. And the machine said this was a likely match. Right? But the testimony, that testimony will take like 2 hours, 3 hours for some reason.
Be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you-
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it when they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why-
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
it? Okay, so they had seen your husband in videos,
Yes,
and did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
Just my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. That was terrible for them. Is that about a specific identifiable person? I don't think so. Oof. Ugh.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they
And-
lash out.
Yes.
But they're not calling names a fact or anything to
No,
you.
no,
And they've seen these posts.
yes,
Did your students treat you any differently?
no,
So, could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
no.
Oh, brutal.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Oh my gosh. The second she said the words my ex-husband said, there should have been an immediate objection. Immediate objection. Her ex-husband holds the privilege to that statement. She can't utter it. She just did.
No further questions. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. If a doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. this is a lay person, the same as
Why is he doing this to her? He didn't do this to the other guy that they actually questioned as an expert. Scum.
any other. Some of the questions spoke generally about society and public perceptions, which would seem like more of an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify.
This
on what
judge
he
is
heard
biased
himself. So you have to understand the
and
scope.
full of bullshit.
She's
Fuck
just
this guy.
What happened to her lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can have the excuse. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize.
Count what? What ruling?
Comments, Mr. Clingan?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. But like, you know how I am with like, getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
Yes, a lot of these arguments are in front of the jury. Okay, let's see.
Objections of the exhibits, Judge.
Try and move through this at warp speed.
Objections of the exhibits, Judge.
So it'll be admitted without objection. Rebuttal, please.
By the way, whoever said to check my mentions on Twitter for the look of for the questions, I mean, I did. I didn't find anything like that at all. I didn't see any questions in my recent mentions. If it was days ago, I'm not gonna see that, man. I get a bunch of mentions. Admiral Peanut Butter became a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome. Your sticky good tasty goodness is welcome here. That sounded really disgusting. Oons86 says Rhonda was cast on Unsolved Mysteries back in '87. Wait, was she really?
No rebuttal, Judge. No further witnesses.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving forward to the point where you get the case handed to you. What comes next is closing arguments and instructions of law.
Oh, so they're moving into closing arguments now. Oh, okay. So
closing arguments are meant to be the opportunity for the lawyers to tell you what they think the evidence means.
we're like teleporting
You
through
wanna take
trial
notes, do
procedure.
So, but like draw a line on your paper and say argument, not fact. Like I don't know how you keep notes, but I have to keep them organized. So I can realize who's talking. You've seen me do it a couple times. Lawyers aren't evidence. The witnesses are. It's the same thing here. I don't think you would get confused or misunderstood. The plaintiff goes first because the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff also, because of that burden of proof, gets a privilege. So they get not only the first word, but they get
Kelly,
the
I
last
didn't end
word.
up liking this guy. He sucks.
So Mr. Klingler would start, Mr. Osborne would go second, and then Mr. Klingler would get the last word. Not because of favoritism or anything else, but because of the burden of proof. Then at that particular point in time, we'll give you jury instructions. And I'm going to take a break after their arguments because I need to make a few copies for the lawyers to read while I read. We give the instructions to you in writing, but I always like it when they can read over my shoulder because sometimes I put two words in different order and it changed the meaning. So then we have like three people reading to make sure.
I'll
it
have to
comes out
check,
to you
Sue.
well.
It's different by state.
So we'll hear their closing arguments, take a short break, you'll get the instructions, and then we'll turn you loose. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Your Honor, if I may, procedurally, I'd like to renew my motion for the record.
Thank you. Very appropriate. With regard to the false light claims, the court overrules the motion. Outside the presence of the jury, I can give you a little bit more of the why. But when I give deference to the evidence, which is true in favor, especially with regard to highly offensive.
So civil trials in Ohio require 3/4 of the jury, not a unanimous jury. So for the answer to that question, Sandy Callie RN gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Sandy.
And reasonable juror, reasonable public perception, like those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Rule 50 motion is a motion for a directed verdict, saying that effectively like a summary judgment, they didn't make or a dismissal. They didn't make the claims that they need to make. They didn't provide sufficient evidence to support the claims that they're trying to carry. And so he's asking the judge to dismiss him out. Judge says, no, they made enough. If the jury were to take all of the evidence that was presented in a light favorable to the plaintiffs, then they could find each element of the claims are supported. That's what he's saying. I don't know if I actually agree with that, but and that doesn't mean that the jury will agree with that. It just means that if the jury were to believe everything the prosecution elicited, all that testimony, then they could find each element of the claim fulfilled.
There's also another matter we need to clean up. We probably should do at the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay. I like cleaning things up. By a vote of 3-0, the lawyers all being unanimous, they want to see like this last draft of instructions because often they use the instructions in their argument. So like the chicken scratching stuff that we've been doing in the past is distracting. So we're going to let me do my work. It's 30 minutes that we need. So we'll go take a coffee break, just stay back there. Instead of me doing it the other way, we'll just take the break now for the jury instructions.
This judge does not feel neutral.
The bailiff doesn't like irritable jurors, so you should go smoke. Do you like irritable jurors?
I prefer not to have.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, go take a break. You're pretty high maintenance for the bailiff.
Like you're supposed to.
Everything you need to know is right here. Just that print.
Okay, let's see if we can get. He said what? 30 minutes. We are moving through this timeline. I'm just hoping that we get done or we get caught up before the verdict comes in.
Public figures because Judge McBride decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. That becomes instruction of law. The law of the case goes into the instructions. So, I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying to the record, I took prior judicial law of the case findings and slotted it in where necessary, because that's what we always do. Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I had no objection.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Off the record, you want to start?
I would love it.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
Well, we have the two housekeeping things. I have to renew my verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay. Back on the record.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50
Yes.
dismissal, which the court will overrule. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about media access incorporated.
Very racist.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They are technically in default of the answer. During that telephone conference, which was not on the records, we discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to
Tony Jesus, dude, I didn't know you were streaming a trial. Not only that, I just streamed a 3-week trial, or 3.5-week trial. Just streamed a 3.5-week trial right before this. So it's rough out in these streets trying to get YouTube to tell people that,
do closing statements.
we're
No
here.
evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default he wouldn't make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record, and we are willing to dismiss that party from the case.
Media access incorporated.
Yes.
We've registered an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, I think he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying, and
I can
appreciate
argue
your-
for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
No, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's deliberation.
I just have to, I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You would, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, I do feel my status as a black criminal does prejudice the algorithm against me.
Time to go. See, I knew that. I waited the extra 30 seconds.
I've got 6 cents for you.
You know how mad I am? I just bought an American flag suit. I think it's going to arrive on Monday. The case is over.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Have a seat. That actually was about
I don't want this
45
trial to
minutes, so
end.
I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience.
I want this trial to go on forever.
We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end. So the lawyers had a chance to drill those down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorney's argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20.
The court isn't as low. The
35,
judge is low.
15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions before you start your deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, this guy should actually, the volume should come back up. See?
Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional.
That's about freedom of
lies
speech, you
designed to hurt
cuck.
people. You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you, from me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years,
So brave.
risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed.
We were there. You guys were with me.
The judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong.
It's not what he said.
You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand, from Mr. Foreman, the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done.
He doesn't have any obligation
It's imprinted in
to
your
feel
minds,
bad.
I'm sure, like it is in mine. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did.
You guys are awesome.
I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now, in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here.
God has commissioned
to
you.
do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else.
The chosen people. You're the Jews of the court.
There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through.
Spoiler,
And whether
they
the
don't.
community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case
Is
to
find him
render a
guilty.
verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years.
This piece of shit just said the only thing you can do, is return a verdict for my clients.
That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount.
All you can do is award my clients $25 billion.
Stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost.
No
Who's going to do it?
actual economic
Judge isn't gonna
damages.
do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your
No
job.
counselor bills.
And you're the people meant to do it.
No anxiety pills or depression pills or anything. Nothing. Not a single medical bill amongst them. They're so ruined. I mean, they're so affected. What a piece of garbage.
Now, I told you in jury selection,
I hope
if
this
we
guy
got
gets
to this point,
bullied at a Wendy's.
I try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula.
Whoa. I love Jeff, but
There's no easy answer.
sorry.
But there is an answer.
I was doing the Kermit
It's the
impression
answer that
before
you
I-
folks decide
before Jeff even
among
started a
yourselves
YouTube channel.
fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered.
Kermit/Jordan Peterson.
And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years.
Oh my God!
Would you take that deal? Do you think she would have?
Would I take the deal? You get to call me a lesbian rug muncher for 3 years. I get $2 million. Yeah, I'll take that 10 times out of 10. There's effectively nothing you could say that I wouldn't endure for $2 million for 3 years. What? Literally, it was this elbow over here likes to clean the canyon. Who cares? Sitting there crying.
Taken that deal? Yeah,
Is she post-op?
2 million. That's you know, maybe I'll go through that.
Thanks for the $2 million.
Of course not.
Of course not. I would do that. I do that every day. Who wouldn't do
think-
that?
Randy Walters, do you think Brian Newland, do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through?
Yes.
I don't think so.
They moved into higher paying jobs in other counties. And what, they get made fun of? Someone called me a fag. Thanks for the Bugatti.
And I think you know
Oh my gosh.
nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And, of course,
Nothing?
he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict
If
he needs to stop.
there's any chance that lost the jury. If there's any chance that lost the jury, because that was an insane proposition. Every one of those
I'm
jurors
gonna
is probably
tell
like,
you what I
yeah, you can call me a dyke for $2
believe
million.
is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you,
Heather,
going to
about
ask
what?
you, and there's a verdict form which, excuse me 1 minute.
Heather, I don't have a partner manager anymore, but what am I supposed to contact YouTube about?
Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them.
This closing argument is buns. This is trash. It's flipping through
This
papers.
is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips.
$2 million and everybody calls you a lesbian
I believe the evidence
for 3 years?
is overwhelming
So what?
that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory, and I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form.
This guy just firing his closing arguments from the hip, like no prep. He's like, I'm going in
It
blind.
says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. For Lisa Phillips, I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips.
Why not?
folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through.
What is
3.5
happening?
years.
What is happening in this close?
May be going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million for what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County,
I guarantee you,
for Randy.
what I've gone
Walters.
through in the past
I'm asking
2
you
years
for a
is
verdict
worse than
of
any of
$1
them.
million
I'll take $2 million right now.
for what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4
Way more. Way worse
plaintiffs,
than anything testified to
Brooms.
at trial.
Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total, for all 4 of them, of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony.
Brought that upon myself and she didn't. Bro, she actually did. The more vile shit about me, I didn't do.
You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by
What has he actually
looking
argued?
into the future here and
This
looking
close
at the
is
future.
trash.
If there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money, what happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small
Penis.
amount of money.
Oh,
attached
God,
to it.
I got it wrong.
In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal.
Yeah.
We don't really care.
One,
We
it's
think
not.
It's fine.
Two, it's not the justice
That's
system's
what
job to make them
A
feel good.
verdict for the defendant, or a small verdict, would say.
Holy shit.
They would go home subject
This is
to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took
This is so improper. This is so unreasonably improper. This guy should be disciplined for this. That's how bad this is. You can't tell a jury that a verdict in a defamation case against your clients is telling the world that it's okay, blah, 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 making these moralizing statements. You can't do that because that's not what a verdict either way says. A verdict for his clients says that Afroman acted in a way that runs contrary to the law, and his clients needs to be made whole. They're made whole, economically made whole. They're not made whole morally. They're not made whole emotionally. They're made whole economically. And that is it. That is what the court can do. The court can provide recompense for economic loss, or provide an economic resolution for things that can be resolved with money, even if they're not directly economic, but they can be resolved with money. Repair of reputation, in theory, you can hire a reputation repair company. Costs money to do that quite a bit, to rehabilitate a reputation. So in theory, you could do something like that. That's measurable. It's a measurable amount of damage. To make them whole, you have to compensate that gap. But that's what the court does. The court's not rewarding them or condemning immoral behavior.
Came on and you lost.
Completely
See what he did
inappropriate.
was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now.
Sassy J in the UK,
What can we do to stop this?
gifting 5 memberships.
Here we
Thank
are
you.
today. I've done what I can. They've done what they...
Hey, what they asked you in your attorney-client protected conversation wasn't entered into the record. You can't just sit there and testify to facts that aren't there. They called me and said this. We don't know that. We don't know if any of them actually did that.
They can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind.
They bravely kept their
case
immeasurable
and their
pain
right
going.
Not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can.
Should be drugged through the mud with heroin needles.
I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision.
Guys, this close is hot
Come back
garbage.
with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. 11 minutes after that. Final. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long.
3 whole days.
A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time.
Vacuum cleaners
Take
are
a look
very
at
bad
jazz.
at holding music.
It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out
And so have
as a
I.
means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. What they call it? Fuck the Police. I think I said that right.
Fuck the police
It's a
coming
social
straight from the
commentary
underground.
on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration.
Yes, that's what I have. No.
Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one was Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that.
Why?
I know nothing in that song.
Why are you a racist?
Nothing. Talking about
You woman hater?
is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a
They
social
couldn't find
commentary,
any black people in Ohio.
but it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's
There's not a monster in the song, it's
Is
in
he
that
commenting on
vagina.
something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings.
What about that
former
rap
mayor
song,
of
Afternoon
Hillsborough,
Delight?
was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts.
This guy doesn't like rap or black comedians.
And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL.
We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Hell, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron.
Sleepy Joe.
So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward.
You want to hear me rap
And if you
Afternoon
look at those
Delight?
posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy, and you know, just with you.
That
And we
that
listen one
song's
time,
very
You heard
offensive.
the iteration. You heard how it came together as an.
That's where he went.
So we don't exist in a vacuum.
How
The reasonable
white
person
is this
doesn't
guy?
exist in a vacuum. As the judge has said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened.
Treasure Island, that was Lady Rackets. I don't want her to super
I'm not
tip.
going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is, they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that.
Wait a
And
minute.
that's why public officials are held to
What are you talking about?
a higher standard. Because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public
What parts?
scrutiny.
Am I
They all
like
testify
super loud?
that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was
Oh, and
handled.
you
the
guys got to tell me
investigation.
this stuff.
I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have
Hopefully
the
that
chain
gets.
of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here.
I didn't
You
know.
got people saying we had a miscount.
I don't hear the same thing
yet
you guys
they can't
do.
even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I'd call that lazy or what. But I think it goes to
That's
what you
defamatory.
consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. A fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion
Thank you. Thank you very much.
because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them.
We're at
What
800 likes, guys.
People are expressing when they call them thief.
Let's
It is
get that
not
over
a
1,000.
literal
Come on,
statement.
we can do
It
it.
is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, That's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Miss Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot, I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe! Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me.
Oh, man.
That's not what you do.
He's waking me up.
You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you, scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person, you're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is
Tim
that
the Tool,
scary?
all
Fuck
cops
yeah.
are public figures.
I'd be scared.
Under the law. Every single one of them.
But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that, because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact?
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand. Especially not a public official. Because we
What's up,
see it on
Grim?
TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read's fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have it. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it.
I like that.
Truth is a defense.
Because I didn't expect it.
That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, If you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here.
This is where you should have
I'm
been
sorry they felt
the
the way
whole
they did.
time.
But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job.
Thank you, Nancy.
The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit. Until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop. Yet they asked for money.
He needs to get into that First Amendment. Give himself some free speech love.
The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes. But they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real life. No reasonable person would think that.
No, they need 75% of the jury.
It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to you? Freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact.
I did not sleep, Antonius.
Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song, it's entertainment, and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact.
Almost
Fourth element
900
is the
likes.
proximate cause. It's an
If you like this
interesting
show,
question there,
click
because
like,
you'll
get us
the
over
definition of
1,000.
Causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial, and it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice.
You already can run
Public
around calling
officials,
people
it's a higher
pedophiles.
standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action.
Oh, God.
That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is,
What happened when I called someone a pedophile? I got
It's
sued.
a song. It's a joke.
Bogus lawsuit. Cost me a ton of money.
I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So, a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation.
Calling someone a pedophile
They all admitted to that on the stand.
does
because
not
I asked that
accuse them
question.
of
They all
a
said it
crime
does.
against children.
How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have. You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these, son. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly.
I was trying to get you to unlike it anyway. Lovely. Inferences are not
I think if you go back and
defamatory.
deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary.
Yeah, I don't like being called a pedophile.
It's not a fact.
It doesn't mean I can run around suing
And as
everybody
you look
for
at
it.
You can see that. Like I said, it may not be tasteful, may not be nice, but even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment, and some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you
We're at
to
960.
deliver a verdict in Joe's
If you
favor
haven't smashed like yet,
on all claims.
call it up and buy flowers.
I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called them, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not.
Relatively
That's what's at
objective.
issue here.
No, they don't. Don't know
And
why.
I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too.
Poindexter gifted 10 subs. Thank you.
And with that, I thank you again for your service.
10 memberships,
Because it
I
is
should
not
say.
easy, and what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Mr. Osborne. Go ahead, Mr. Plugin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Better close than the plaintiff. Not the best close. He's an interesting laid-back style. I think he needed more
Nothing
punch.
Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community, like the songs that are at issue here.
So?
It's not the same thing. We all know that.
Actually,
These
some
weren't
of them
opinions.
do.
Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile.
Fuck the police. It was, yeah, about cops generally, but it was also about cops specifically in the area that they're from, Compton. Like, it's those specific cops.
In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. Can't call that a fact statement. Might have been reverse cowgirl or whatever. Relatively Objective says the founding fathers accused each other of bestiality in partisan newspapers. Yes, the First Amendment protects insulting public officials. If anything, that and religion are the first things it protects.
He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you, based on everything that's happened so far, that these were not opinions.
Is objectively
They were stated
untrue,
as
Tim the
fact.
Tool.
And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people. If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there, and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag and say, you can't touch me, I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people. No
You're
matter
lying
how
about
long,
what he said.
because I have freedom of speech.
You're
You can't do
lying
that.
about what he said on the stand.
I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plugin.
Shit rebuttal.
Let me acknowledge Mr. Osborne.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is, I was going to ask before we read the jury instructions if I could if we could restroom break for that, because I know it's going to take some time to read it.
Everybody's gonna stand in their seat and stretch. Nobody's gonna leave the room but you. Because you're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up. It's blood flowing.
That was true.
I didn't believe he was calling that cop a pedophile for real until he was put on the stand. And he's
Start
like,
with the jury instructions when the case comes
yeah,
to
the guy
door.
runs around town
And the
grab
court
assing with a bunch of
refines the
underage
instructions
kids. Like, whoa.
to account for
Whoa.
the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, it's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them because they did good work making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions of law. You've heard the attorney's statements, arguments, you've heard the evidence from the witnesses. The court's duty is to instruct you on the law. And then you have a legal obligation to accept the instructions the way they're given to you. It's your sworn duty to do that. You cannot apply what you think the law ought to be. You're obedient, as I am obedient, to the rules of the law.
We're at 45 members for the stream. It's crazy. You guys
The
are
person who
awesome.
claims that certain facts exist, in this case the plaintiffs, have to prove them, in this case, by what's called the preponderance of the evidence. You've heard me say this before. I'm going to try to
Hell
go over
yeah,
things you
1,000
know.
likes.
But the obligation is called the burden of proof. Plaintiffs have to prove their facts by a preponderance of the
I
evidence.
do plan on making
Preponderance
the lemon pound
is
cake shot once we catch up
more
in
evidence in
the
favor
and the court's
their
like
position
done
than
until the
opposed to their
verdict comes
position,
back.
tilting the scales in their favor. There's one element that has a different burden of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, a higher amount, a greater weight of evidence has to be proven with regard to the knowledge or the motive for publishing. But generally think, okay, can the plaintiffs prove their case by slightly more evidence in their favor than evidence opposed to them? There's two claims, what we've called defamation, and secondly, false light, invasion of privacy. In your deliberations, each of those claims is deliberated separately because there's separate rules for each. I'll give you more. But there's separate law for each of those separate claims. There's 7
It's non-alcoholic. Don't worry.
each of whom is entitled to their own deliberation. So when I refer to plaintiff or plaintiffs,
It's just a bit of fun. Calm
what
down.
I'm saying to you is that side of the room, but you always have to apply these facts
Thank you,
individually
Snipe
and
Hunter.
separately deliberate each person's claims. If you rule in favor of one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule for all the rest of them. If you rule against one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule against all of them. So it's not like an all or nothing verdict. It's 7 deliberations. And I'll use plaintiff and plaintiffs interchangeably, just understand the analysis.
I kind of like
what I'm
Sober
trying to
Nick too
communicate
most
to
of
you.
the time.
So to go back to burden of proof, preponderance is the greater weight of the evidence, evidence that you believe outweighs or is overbalanced by the evidence opposed to it. A preponderance of the evidence is evidence which is more probative, more probable, more persuasive. It has greater evidence value to you. Look at the quality of the evidence, not simply the quantity. If it was only about quantity, there would be more plaintiff witnesses than defendant witnesses, so you'd think, oh, just because of the number of witnesses, someone must prevail, when in fact you look at the quality of the evidence. Don't get hung up on which side called the witnesses. Think about the quality of the testimony, what you took from it, regardless of numbers, regardless of where it came from. If it would turn out in your mind that there's an equal balancing, the evidence opposed to it and in favor it are equal, then the plaintiffs have not met
Literally,
their burden
yes,
of proof because they
Joji.
didn't tip the scale
Literally
slightly in their
true.
favor. If you could decide a fact or an item in 2 different ways, you have to decide it based upon the facts, not guesswork or coin flips or I don't care. So in those areas where it's hard or it's difficult to resolve,
Fully
you
red
have to
glasses
resolve it.
are kind of
You
hard to
can't leave
find.
it up to I don't care and I'll just flip a coin or it doesn't matter. Guesswork's not what you're expected to do. The heavy work of sorting out the facts and deciding which side of the scale they go on is the role of the jury. Now, when we talk about preponderance slightly shifting, we also have to talk about clear and convincing evidence, a different standard for that one element of motive to publish. Clear and convincing evidence is a higher or greater amount of evidence. You have to be more convinced. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a firm belief or a firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly tipping the scales. Firmly convinced is more convinced, greater evidence offered by the plaintiffs with regard to the motive or the knowledge of publication. What's the evidence of trial? Evidence is testimony and exhibits.
I shop at a couple
Evidence is
different places.
direct and circumstantial.
I live in a
People
small
scratch
town,
their heads on
not
this,
many
but
options.
It makes sense later.
Goodwill,
Direct
though.
evidence is when a witness has an
Consistently great
opportunity to
clothes.
see or
It's
hear
crazy. And they're
those things
effectively
about
free.
which they testify. I sat here, I watched the jury take their notebooks and write in their notebooks. Direct evidence, an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at the facts and circumstances surrounding something you saw, and then you make a conclusion that something else actually occurred. I saw the jury box empty, I saw the pencils, I saw the notebooks, I saw the end of the day. The notebooks were all open, there were words written there. So it's circumstantial evidence that the jury took notes. I didn't see you take notes. But from the facts and circumstances that I did see, it's a reasonable conclusion of fact that you did take notes. Why do I tell you that? Most evidence came at you both directly and circumstantially. Things that I personally saw, and then things that happened as a result of what I saw. Circumstantial evidence is fair game as much as direct evidence. Direct evidence isn't better. You might think it's better when in fact it's not always better, because the witness didn't tell you that they were blind when you thought they saw something, or it was foggy, or the lights were bad. So when you think about the
Mindset got
evidence and how
tossed,
to
huh?
weigh the quality of
It's
it,
crazy.
what a person saw, what they heard, what they personally experienced is good evidence, direct evidence. But so is the circumstances around that testimony. They're both fair game.
Oh, this is so boring. Come on,
Often
Judge.
People infer that something exists based upon the circumstances and inferences. I inferred it's a reasonable circumstantial evidence that you wrote in your notebooks. That's fair. But I'm not allowed to infer, because you took notes, therefore you also did something else. You can't stack an inference that something else occurred on top of something else you thought occurred, on top of something else that could have occurred. The idea here is what we call remoteness. It gets more and more unreliable the more remote you get from the first circumstantial evidence. If you want to say the circumstantial evidence is reliable, great. If you want to infer that that's reasonable, great. But don't stack another, well, now I suppose something else happened, and if that happened, then something else should have happened. It's stacking, it's called remoteness, then it gets unreliable. With regard to the exhibits, you saw exhibits, there was testimony related to them. Consider whether the exhibits are in fact what they're portrayed to be. You decide what weight, if any, the exhibits have to have when thinking about the testimony involving them. Exhibits in video can speak themselves, but sometimes paper and other exhibits don't. So you have to consider what the witness said in light of how the exhibit was portrayed. Don't make inferences or conclusions based upon the number of exhibits. Remember, I want you to look at the quality, not just simply the number. Like theoretically, the plaintiffs had more number of exhibits.
Stop
than
talking
the
about how
defendant.
the plaintiffs
Don't
had
care,
more.
Don't count numbers.
More
Look at
witnesses,
the
more
quality,
more
make the
exhibits. That
content
doesn't mean their
important.
case is better just because there's more, but the
You
other
have like
side
physical,
didn't
tangible
produce as
paper
much.
exhibits back there. When you get to the video or the data-driven exhibits, you'll have a computer back there so you can use that to look at the exhibits. So if it never works that way, so I always offer the bailiff services that he can come back and, as you saw, make the technology work. So if you struggle back there with plugging in a thumb drive and finding the drive and then turning it on, we would expect that. I'll tell you how to communicate with us, but just ask for help. We'll send back a very capable
Thank
bailiff
you,
and he'll save the
Shunsin.
day.
I appreciate that.
Evidence is not what the lawyers say. You heard opening statements, closing arguments. That's not evidence. It's helpful, it's necessary, it's built into the system, but it's not evidence. If a statement was asked and the question was not answered, there's no evidence from the question. I did that once or twice to show you how it works. Just, you might have thought the answer was going to be yes because the witness was shaking their head yes. The witness is, yeah, I understand the question, and the answer is no. So you can't use body language to get an answer that wasn't spoken from the record. I don't think that happened too often. But remember where the evidence is. It's the exhibits and the witness statement, not the lawyering side of the case. There was times where I sustained objections and handled the lawyers the way I thought was necessary. I always ask people to apologize or accept my apology if you thought how I handled the lawyers is any kind of a comment upon the quality of the case. Like, I try not to do that. But you might misunderstand that in scolding a witness or handling a lawyer, I was expressing an opinion. I love it when you guys show up because I don't have to decide. It's like I always try to make sure I'm neutral in my facial expressions and my voice tone, but sometimes I just don't get that done. An important role for the jurors is to weigh credibility. Credibility is assigning believability, assigning weight to the evidence, assigning weight to the witness testimony, assigning weight to the exhibit. When you weigh evidence, you're basically deciding truthfulness, and as odd as it sounds, it's what we do all the time. We weigh credibility continuously each day. In weighing credibility, you should consider the appearance of the witness on the
Weighing
stand.
the credibility of shut
Consider
up.
the manner in
This
which
is way
they
too much.
testified. Did it seem straightforward? Did it seem honest? Did it seem evasive? What did it seem to you? So you're using your eyes and you're using ears to weigh credibility. Think about how reasonable their testimony was in light of the subject matter of the trial. Consider education, interest, bias. Consider if they were frank with you or not. We use these tests every day to decide whether we want to rely upon or find a person believable or not. As I told you before, every witness took an oath to be honest in their testimony. The oath does not bind you that just because they're talking, I have to believe it. In fact, you have to parse it out, because people could very honestly get up and say, I believe this to be true, when in fact they're misunderstood and wrong, not lying. So recognize you can parse the evidence. You can believe everything a witness said. You can believe nothing a witness said. You can pull out the pieces you think are credible and ignore those that you think are not credible. And then you shuffle that entire deck with every witness along the way. As a rule, we want people only to testify, general rule, about things they heard and experienced and saw, firsthand testimony. So that's the general rule. But then we violate that general rule because we let people express their opinions about what the facts or circumstances mean that they experienced.
Oh my God, hurry up,
So,
bro.
in deciding what their opinion means and how you weigh their opinion, you do the same thing. You're allowed to hear their opinion. It's evidence.
There's
But
like
you have to,
30
again, parse
minutes
it out
left.
in terms of the credibility test. A person can give
Do you
their
guys mind if I
opinion, and
kick
you
it to
might
one
go,
and a
"I don't
half
believe
speed?
that
This
because
is brutal.
that's not in their subject matter. Or they don't have enough knowledge. Or their emotions got the better of them. Or they have an interest or a bias or whatever. And you might go, no, it's a completely valid opinion because of whatever credibility factors you have. So we give you direct testimony, we give you circumstantial, we give you opinions, and then tell you to weigh out those things you find believable, credible, and otherwise. In this process, the jury sits around as a committee. And it might be that you find a person credible, the other person
Oh my
finds somewhat
gosh.
credible, and another person finds not credible. Expect that to happen, and then resolve those differences back there. There's more about that later, but in this whole deliberation process, that's normal. Somebody said while they were here, yeah, I'd serve on jury. No, it wasn't easy. It's not meant to be easy. It's important. I just have to explain the rules enough until you don't get your feelings hurt when you get back there and begin the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
The instructions I gave you so far
I just wanted
would
the
be
red, white, and blue for
relatively
today.
common in most trials, because those are general rules for how to do the job as a juror. The next set of instructions in the middle I call substantive instructions. These are the law that applies, the rules that apply to this set of facts, these claims. You'll have sets of these instructions to go back over, so I have to read them to you in the party's presence, but you're not expected to remember all this. You'll have your opportunities to go back over and get schooled later. So these are the substantive instructions. Again, 2 claims. One's called defamation. The other's called invasion of privacy. Based
once
upon
he's
this
done
false
talking,
light
this video's
They have
over, and
separate
we have to wait
instructions
for the
put right next to
verdict.
each other, but the rules for the one claim are not the same as the other. There's overlap, but they are a separate set of rules. So don't apply the rules for defamation to the false light publicity claim, because you went across the line of their 2 separate causes of action. With regard to defamation, each plaintiff claims the defendant defamed him or her that then caused them damages. To establish defamation, each plaintiff must show that a statement, that could be oral, written, video, was portrayed a fact that was published. So the statement was made, or statement of fact was portrayed and published. Second, that the statement was untrue. Third, that the defendant
I don't know
acted
where to
with
follow
malice, actual malice, or reckless regard
for the
knowledge
jury
of the
verdict
truthfulness,
announcement.
and that they suffered injury. I'm going to break those 4 apart. Okay, so again, the statement was portrayed as a fact. It has to be published, so that's all rolls together. That the statement was untrue. The defendant acted with either actual malice or reckless regard about the truthfulness of it, and then that caused injury. Plaintiffs are considered public officials. You heard a lot of that. So that's where the clear and convincing evidence standard applies. So what you're doing is taking on the element of the defendant acted with malice or reckless disregard about the truthfulness of it. That's the higher clear and convincing proof. So on that element, it's not just a preponderance. On that third element, it's thoroughly convinced about his motive for publication. Clear and convincing evidence means
Annie
it's thoroughly convinced about the
2510,
truthfulness of
new
motive
member,
for making or
welcome.
publishing the statement. What's actual malice? This knowledge in the publication. Actual malice occurs when the defendant makes a false statement with knowledge it's false. The second part of that test is either published with actual malice or published with a reckless disregard about the truthfulness or not. So reckless disregard means that a defendant acted while aware that the statement was probably false, or that the defendant entertained serious doubts about the truthfulness and didn't inquire. The defendant's failure to investigate may be considered evidence of reckless disregard or evidence of falsity when the defendant had serious doubt about whether it was truthful or not. So actual knowledge of falseness or reckless disregard about something that's probably false. Those elements have to be proven by the higher amount of evidence. A statement is false when it's not substantially true. It's substantially true when the essence of the statement is true when you think about the statement as a whole.
I'll give you some
The defendant's
essence.
statements or portrayals must be given their ordinary meaning in that context, in that circumstance. So you can't just pull a line out. You have to look at the whole portrayal of the statement. In deciding whether the statement is false, you're not to consider the defendant's subjective belief. You consider whether it's true or false from an objectively reasonable perspective. So it's your perspective about truthfulness, not what the defendant thought at the time, because we can all think of things that are unreasonably thought. So we apply an outside standard.
This is the way,
not the
Annie.
defendant's subjective
Thank
belief.
you.
Now, this idea about the concept of truthfulness is where we find the fact that truth is a defense. So if the statement is true, then there can be no defamation. Plaintiffs also have to prove that the statements were published, portrayed, made. Published means that the statement was read or heard by another person other than the plaintiffs. From the testimony, as a matter of law,
Organic Girly,
the courts have
welcome.
determined that
Welcome to
publishing
membership.
or portrayal is not
I
an
promise
issue.
you'll enjoy
Nobody
it.
push back. It's not anything you have to decide. I'm telling you as a matter of law, that element is uncontroverted, that the defendant published, the defendant portrayed the statement. So of those 4, one's been resolved by the court because there's no
47
contrary
members.
evidence. Now you're down to analyzing those 3
We're almost to the
statements,
arbitrary number 50.
elements, if you will. You need to know how to differentiate between facts and opinion. In a defamation claim, this is important. This is over on this side of the first claim.
You left
fact
legal
versus opinion.
mindset for me? Oh.
The distinction between
This chat is
portraying a
weird.
statement
How
of fact
so?
and portraying a statement as opinion is crucial. It's an important distinction. Portraying a fact or portraying an opinion. Only statements of fact can be the basis
Emmanuel,
for a defamation claim.
It's not too hard. It just
Statements
takes me
of
a little
fact
work.
could be untrue, which is the nature of a defamation claim. if I'm expressing an opinion, there's no way to decide whether it's true or untrue, so you can't defame someone in expressing an opinion because there's nothing verifiable about it. It's an opinion.
Thank you, to
so
be
a defamation
fair.
claim has to involve an untrue fact. To determine whether a statement is fact or opinion, you apply these 4 factors in their whole context. You look at the specific statement, the language in the statement. Consider, importantly, whether that statement is verifiable or not. Then apply the general context of the statement, and then think about not only the context of the statement, but then the broader, how the statement could be received or heard. Start with the statement.
What was that move,
the
Judge?
circumstances of the statement in its context, and then go farther out to the statement's circumstances in general. Look at the precise wording. Determine whether a reasonable hearer or listener would view the words as portraying fact or portraying opinion. If a statement is made and it's considered an opinion because it's not verifiable, there could be no defamation. If a statement is made and contains verifiable information, then it can be the subject of a defamation claim if the verifiable statement is untrue. If you find that the statement was portrayed to the public as a fact, that the portrayal was false, it's a fact and it's false, plaintiffs have proven their case. If you find that it's not a fact, or that the fact was true, then the defendant prevails. This is why I give it to you in writing. General instructions for defamation are done. Those rules apply to that claim. These rules apply to the invasion of privacy false light claim.
Oh!
I'm going to tell you to overlap the instructions. So don't overlap all the first instructions in the second bucket, separate set of rules. The person who invades the right of privacy of another person can be subject to liability and the harm that comes from invading that other person's right of privacy. The right of privacy is the right of a person to be left alone. It's the right to be free from the unwarranted appropriation or the exploitation of a person's personality or their private affairs in such a manner as to outrage or cause mental suffering, some sort of shame or humiliation to the person. Each plaintiff claims the defendant violated his or her right to privacy by publicizing false information that places them in a false light in the public. Each plaintiff must prove that the false light in which they were placed would be highly offensive. It's a highly offensive place to a reasonable person. Not their subjective, but would a reasonable person find that they were put in a highly offensive place. And the defendant had knowledge of or acted with reckless disregard to the falsity of the publicized matter. Reckless disregard, falsity, and actual knowledge are the same definitions from the first section.
Heather
That part of
says,
the first
can't
section
you
you
just
carry
skip
over.
this?
Actual knowledge. Reckless
Yeah, but
disregard,
there's nothing to
falsity,
skip to.
I'm not going to redefine. That part you would read over. But it's the different test was the particular plaintiff put in a false light by the false information. False light means the defendants know that the plaintiff, as a reasonable person, would be justified in feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. Seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The plaintiff's privacy is not invaded when it's an unimportant statement that's made. It's only when there's such a major misrepresentation of the plaintiff's character, history, activity, some fact, that it might be reasonably expected that a reasonable person would be highly offended. Determine whether the statements made by the defendant would place a reasonable person in a position of false light, not merely whether the plaintiff believed they were in false light. So this is the objective perspective that we use for juries. You're the outside public looking in. Do you consider it reasonable or not that they would be highly offended? It's not their subjective belief, it's the public's perception. To be highly offensive, the plaintiff must be justified in the eyes of the community as feeling seriously offended and aggrieved by the publicity. The statement must be such a major
I'll get to all the
misrepresentation
super
of their character,
super
of their
tips
history,
and
of their
super
activities,
chats
of
in
their
a
belief
minute.
or facts about them, that they would be seriously offended in the eyes of a reasonable person of the public. False has the same definitions I gave you, not substantially untrue. The fact versus opinion distinction doesn't apply from that, so you don't have to do the fact versus opinion analysis. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs proved all the elements of false light invasion of privacy, then you would enter a verdict in their favor. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiffs did not prove all the elements of false light invasion of privacy, then you would rule the defendant's favor. I'll say it again, there's 7 determinations on false light, there's 7 determinations on...
You should
defamation.
never be able
You
to
make it
understand someone at 2x speed.
if you find for a plaintiff in either one or both of their claims, then you go to the question of whether the defamation or the invasion of privacy caused damages.
Legal
Well, that's the
mindset and I
connection
squashed all
between
drama.
the false statement and the damage, or the false light offensive position they were put into, and the damages. The person who seeks to recover damages must prove not only that the other party caused the harm, but also that the conduct proximately caused them injury. Proximate cause is an act that in its natural and logical sequence caused the injury. There was an example of the defendant could have caused, but was something else actually the cause. You have to sort out whether the injury came from the
Oh my
defendant
God.
or came from somewhere else. With regard to damages, the purposes of
Look,
damages are to
Stephen
compensate the
Crater, my
plaintiff for injury
statement stands.
to their reputation or any kind of monetary loss or emotional distress, so it's compensation, to vindicate the plaintiff, which helps restore their reputation, and to dissuade others from publishing defamation statements or false light statements. If you find that any one or more of the plaintiff's claims to be ruled in their favor, then you have to have the greater weight of the evidence, a preponderance of the evidence about the amount. Not clear and convincing proof about damages, but in your deliberations, slightly more evidence in favor of the amount to award is the test, the burden of proof. Take into consideration all the facts and circumstances and evidence, decide what amount of compensation should be awarded to each particular plaintiff. These are the kind of types or examples for which you can award money. Harm to their reputation, including exposure to public hatred, public contempt, ridicule, or public scorn, and or loss of professional income and or out-of-pocket expenses, and or physical, mental anguish, pain, and suffering, loss of society, companionship, and friendship. Those are all eligible.
It's
factors
not
and
actually
categories
that
by which to
silky.
compare or measure
It's just a
damages.
really good color.
It could be that the award of damages is not easily determinable, and you can't put an amount on it. You can still order what's called nominal, or I'm going to use the word token damages. So if you find in favor of the plaintiff, then you have essentially the opportunity to go from 1 to wherever. Nominal or token would be the 1 or 10 or some low amount as a statement that they prevailed in entitled damages. But you're not bound by anything more than
This is normal speed.
1 in your deliberations. But if you find for a plaintiff, then there has to be an award for damages, assuming there's a causal link between the defamation or the false light and injury or
We
harm
got
to reputation, emotions,
About
etc.
15 minutes left. So that's why I'm going at 2x.
As a matter of law, the court determined previously that the claim to damage to the defendant's home was permitted under the circumstances of serving the search warrant. Therefore, you do not make a reduction for any damage that the defendant said happened to his home during a search warrant. The court previously found, as a matter of law, that that's expected or permitted as a result of serving the search warrant. So you don't subtract based upon whatever you think happened to his home. In your deliberations, a plaintiff cannot have double recovery. If you find defamation and invasion of false light privacy, you don't issue an award under each category. You can't award.
I don't know.
pain
This
and
I think
suffering.
this might just be
So
cotton,
this
honestly.
emotional distress once and then emotional distress twice. You would issue one order as long as there's either a claim for defamation or a claim for false light invasion of privacy. Don't double up if the plaintiff prevails on both claims. Your verdict form doesn't really make that possible. You'll get there, we're getting close. Another concept that came up earlier was something called punitive damages. You are advised that punitive damages are not a part of the deliberations given to you right now. I haven't talked about punitive damages. Punitive damages are meant to be punishment damages for conduct. That's not a part of your deliberation. You're deliberating what we call compensatory injury-related damages. An award of punitive damages can only be given if there is a compensatory damage award. If a compensatory damage award is given, then you come back with a different set of instructions and you have arguably a second deliberation about punitive damage. You don't have to award it, but they aren't all lumped in. So don't think in this first phase, oh, the plaintiff is really mad. That's not where we are. If you find any plaintiff prevails on either claim and it caused injury, compensatory, actual repair damages, if you will, are what we're here for, not punishment. That's a second deliberation.
It's
The
from
verdict
all the
forms
semen.
aren't that hard to understand once you know what to do. Each plaintiff has 3 pages. Page 1 is the claim for defamation. With the jury being duly impaneled, find in favor of, and then it says Sean Cooley or defendant, circle 1. So you have to circle whether the defendant prevailed on Sean Cooley's claim for defamation. Then there's signature lines. Regardless of that verdict, you go to the second claim. So the next form is we the jury find in favor of Sean Cooley or defendant for the false light claim. The instructions at the bottom of each page say now go to the next page. If you find for the plaintiff on either of the first 2 forms, then you go to form number 3, which is damages. Damages is one line where you put a number in. You can take notes and you can split it out, you can do calculations, you can decide how you get to it. But there's one line. So that would be for Sean Cooley. And it says Sean Cooley on the first 3 pages. Then the next 3 pages say Justin Cooley. Same 3 pages. So the first 2 pages find in favor of that plaintiff or the defendant, circle 1. Next one, in favor of that plaintiff or defendant on the second claim, circle 1 of those options. And then you go to the damages form only if the plaintiff prevailed on one of the first 2. They're all numbered, they all have names on them. It should be easy to follow. You can tell me later. What do you do when you go back there? The first thing you officially need to do is pick a foreperson. Now, the foreperson is not the shop foreman, they're not the boss. They don't tell you what to do. The foreperson's job is to organize the discussion, engage people. keep
No,
track of the
swastika
exhibits,
won't get it taken
be the
down.
committee chairman. But the foreperson doesn't convince you to do what they want. They organize the discussion. There's no way to pick a foreperson. You can arm wrestle, throw fingers, draw names out of a hat. Don't go to the bathroom first, because you very well could come out the foreperson. I don't care. I've heard people say that. They just pick them because they weren't there. It doesn't matter. I can't tell you how to pick one. Just get one. Throwing fingers is fine. It takes too long. You probably already know who's willing to do it, or maybe you talk to each other enough, or you just say, sorry, you lose, you're it. But it's just organizing discussion. That's all it is. Just organize the discussion. Make sure nothing leaves. You have in your possession the verdict forms, the exhibits. You'll have copies of these instructions. Keep all that back there. When you come out, the only thing left to bring back out here should be all these verdict forms. Leave your notebooks back there. Everything else in the foreperson should make sure that goes on. How do you deliberate? Generally, the advice to you is to go back there and start talking about the case, replay the witnesses, but don't just say, I think something ought to happen. When you come out with your first opinion and then start discussing it, a lot of people realize their first opinion is not their best opinion. But once you threw it out there, then you got to figure out how do I get my pride back and retool. So generally, don't go back there and just say, here's what we ought to do. What you think about this witness and how this will come across, and do you understand the rules? And start into this discussion process, however you can do it. But eventually, then you're going to need to start getting to the point where you see a consensus is being built. If you immediately express an opinion, changing is sometimes hard, so work together to build a consensus. Consult with one another in the jury room, deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement. You can do so as a group, but without surrendering your own conviction. Each of you ultimately has to decide this case for themselves in this deliberation process. You might find somebody leaning on you to change your opinion. That's good, unless you feel pressured against your will to change your opinion. If they come at you with good arguments, maybe you should rethink your position because their arguments really are good. So a certain amount of give and take and tension is usually the sign of a good deliberation. Just don't take it personally. Never surrender your own personal convictions just to get along. Don't be influenced by considerations of sympathy or prejudice. The law does not expect us to be robots and have no sympathy, no emotions, no prejudice, or no biases. That happens all the time. You have to set those aside. You're required to disregard them, to make your verdict carefully, to weigh the evidence.
I'm going to disregard you.
Apply the law to try to reach a verdict, which the parties would be considered
Not yet,
fair
MLS.
to both sides. Fairness is a big thing. Is this verdict fair to both the parties? Consider all the evidence regardless of who brought it forward. Do so with intelligence, impartiality, without bias, without sympathy, without prejudice. During the deliberations, if you have questions, you're welcome to write them down.
Once his dork is
Send them to
done
me,
talking,
which goes to lawyers to get you
I
an
got to
answer.
run and grab the ingredients for
Knock on the
the
door. Okay, the bailiff, like within
lemon
your shot,
pound
follow
cake
the
shot
door.
that I
So,
invented.
like, pound on the
I don't
door,
know if
get
it's
an
going to be
answer.
any
They'll come
good.
back, get the question, give it to me, I'll huddle with the lawyers, get you an answer. So when you get back there, there's a problem. You don't understand something, you want more information, you can get more information. Like, we'll try to make sure you're not starving. Like, creature comforts will be provided. Like, we're going to run into the lunch hour, so there's a way of taking care of it. I heard it yesterday, they'll do it today. So, like, we're going to want to cover all those bases. The clock is yours when the deliberations start. You watch me pay attention to the clock, right? I don't have a clock because you do. So how much time you need is up to you, not up to our expectations.
Oh
or
my
our
God.
time.
I'll be right back.
We got to make sure that when you deliberate, you don't do so out of like human denial or fatigue. So yeah, we're going to watch to see how that goes. Like, you might have me send you a question saying, is everybody fine? Are you awake? Do you need coffee? Do you need food? What do you need? One jury kept going, my personal record's 1:24 a.m. because that's what they wanted. They didn't want to go home. They were not coming back tomorrow because they were locked in and doing a good job. But it wasn't my clock, it was theirs. Until the verdict is announced in open court, you cannot indicate to anybody what it is. When you knock on the door saying we have a verdict, the bailiff will come, he'll tell me that you have a verdict. The foreperson brings the forms out here. And you hold on to them, everybody's here, and then we open the verdicts in front of all the parties. Don't say, oh, so-and-so and this is the outcome, because the bailiff doesn't want to know that, and he shouldn't know that, because it has to happen in this room. Up to this point, like I told you, like not to talk to people, that still applies. Anybody outside the jury, that's off limits. If we deliberate today, you went home tonight, came back tomorrow, the rule's especially important. You can't tell anybody anything at all. Once the case is done, you can't. Case forget to say that. With regard to deliberations, I've got 10 of you and 2 extras. So the 2 on the end, 17 and 19, you're alternates. So you don't deliberate, but you're not done. You're what we call insurance. There's no guarantee in an hour somebody's not going to get a call that they have to go, or that they hit the floor, or somebody had an accident, or the baby came early, or whatever it is. So you're not done. You're charged to not talk and to just wait. It's a luxury to have extras. I understand what I just did to you. I get it. But the number of times the jurors slap back in is not the majority, but it's enough that we're glad to have you for a reason. These folks get locked down and something happens along the way. We can't lose 3 days of trial work because somebody went through a stop sign or had a flat tire on a curvy road. Then all of a sudden you're back, we start all over, and the case gets done. So make sure the bailiff has your phone number. If you can be within like 15 minutes of the courthouse, I don't know what that means. If you live farther, just make sure Chris doesn't have to drive far to get you. He's not going to anyway. Right? He's big enough that you don't want to cross him. Kind of guy. Anything you want me to deal with in the instructions, Mr. Kramer?
I had 2 minor issues.
Okay, we'll talk over there. Mr. Osborne, again?
I do have something.
Okay, we're just going to see what I didn't do right. So we're close. The vote is 6 out of 8, not 8 out of 8. It's the next paragraph down. So I got 8 jurors. When you go back there, 6 and 2 is a vote in favor or opposed. So you always have to have 3/4.
I
so if
am
you take
back.
A vote and it's 6 this way and 2 that way, that's enough votes. It does not have to be unanimous to prove a case. In a civil case, it's 6 out of 8. That big deal? Yeah. That would be good. Yes. It's 6 out of 8. So you can have 2 people say I don't agree, and there's 6 people do. That's a verdict. And then the emphasis for the 2 alternates is not only not talking is important, but not talking to the media is important. So be hounded is anybody in the universe. Because you're still in the panel, and then if the jury reaches a verdict without you, you're going to get a call saying you're done, and now if you want to talk about it, you can. Anything else, Mr. Plaintiff?
Nothing from us, Mr.
Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I just made any objection to the record, but nothing else on that.
Fair enough. What rules? What rules, depending on what it is. There's a few typos. It'll be like 5-10 minutes before I get you some sets of instructions. When you look at the instructions, if you have a question about something, read the whole paragraph, not just the one sentence. Like you always think, I want to know more about something. The answer might be 3 words, but read the whole paragraph to do it. So you start your deliberations. We'll get the exhibits back to you to clean up sets of instructions. And thank you for your attention so far.
Thank you, Cat Slave.
Shirley, we get their phone numbers.
Yes, I will.
Okay. The judge's instructions are done. There's no real reason to listen to those, but
You wouldn't be able to follow him anyway. Remember, dear.
Judge Hine.
Okay.
Tell me about your...
Afroman calls the lawsuit and the police raid on his home a blessing in disguise. Okay, let's hit these super chats and super tips. Very much appreciated. Where's the window that I need? Fucking hell. Oh, there it is. Let's do this one first. Whoops. All right, here we go. Got some of these super tips. My God.
Hello, Nick. Just dropping in to say hi. Hope you're having a great day.
Thank you, Is Ace. As a while back, I am having a great day.
Life gave Afroman lemons, so he made lemon pound cake. It's all in the quadratic formula x squared times lemon equals cake over easy, divided by a morbidly obese officer of the law. Elementary Watson.
Calling someone a pedo, in your opinion, isn't the same as saying they committed a crime against a child.
Correct. Correct. Now, being a pedophile, I think, is considered alongside the same defamation rules as calling a woman unchaste. But as we know, you can call women sluts and whores all the time. It's not defamatory because it doesn't necessarily mean they're legitimately a slut or a whore. Like, you're not necessarily stating that someone's a prostitute, like just because you're mad at them in the parking lot of the grocery store because they took the last Monster Energy drink from the cold freezer and you had to walk across the whole store and get a warm one off the shelf. You can call her a whore. That doesn't mean she's accepting money for penis. In the same way, like, you can call someone a pedophile. Like, you could say someone, like, fucking pedo or whatever, and it's not necessarily defamatory. But it could be. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Also, you know, monikers like pedophile or racist or whatever, those have been considered protected opinion in many, many cases. Sometimes to the point where it seems ridiculous. It's like, well, my opinion of them is that they hate the blacks. They're like, that's my opinion. That's a fact, Jack. And you're like, wait. They're like, no, that's protected opinion. They've formed an opinion about the person that they hate the blacks. It's like, but do they? Like, Sledge Entertainment says, thanks for the toast earlier, Nick. It means a lot. And thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry for what happened, the circumstances. Johnny Knoxville says, free Afroman. I agree. Thank you for your show, jackass. Johnny Knoxville. Glad to have you in the audience. Definitely the same guy. Tree God says, don't mess with a stoner's cake. Don't do that. They're going to need that later. Rats Ass 67 says, I'll say it again. Glorious beard. Unfortunately, not talking to me, but talking about the defense attorney. Philharmonic Orchestra says, the guy who never did a closing tries to critique. I have done multiple closing arguments. Thank you. I didn't go to jury trial. Doesn't mean I didn't do trial. Just didn't do jury trials. Miss Debate says we censor artistic expression at our peril. I agree. I agree. She also says it's rude to view and not hit the like button. Oh my gosh, so much wisdom coming from the UK. Miss Debate says cops' second attempt to rob Afroman. I think talking about the lawsuit generally there, and I agree. Annie says I wish for you and the Glarer collab, it'll be the next level fun and petty. Love you both. Yeah, we've been talking about getting a show back together. Our last one was a ton of fun. And it's, I think, mainly just we've been covering different things, kind of on different schedules. So getting things organized together will be, a part of that. Let's see. Can you find out the demographic of the jury? They're all white people. I think that's about all I know about it. Let's see. We need somebody. Somebody needs to be on Afroman announcement watch. Let's see. As a member of the black community, what are your thoughts about this white jury? Well, that's really going to depend on the outcome and if it favors me. That's how I make all judgments on anything is how does it favor me or not? If it favors me, it's generally a good thing. If it doesn't favor me, I don't know why these racists even have a voice, honestly. Cash Hutchinson says, yeah, Afro lives where I'm from in Adams County. No black people out there. He told me he lives out there because of his baby mama. You know him? That's cool, I guess. All right, I think I'm going to run and grab, I have the base ingredient for my lemon pound cake shot. But I need to go get 2 ingredients and I need a shot glass. This is a non-alcoholic shot. You guys can watch me make it, of course. This is just a fun little drink. I don't know how it's going to taste. I've invented this entirely in my mind. So we'll see how that goes. I will be right back. Have I seen this yet? What is this? Oh no, I haven't watched this thing yet. Maybe we'll pull that up in a second. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll give you the recipe. I'll be right there. Okay. Woo! Keep putting these in the wrong ears, which doesn't work. They're molded for each ear specifically. Draren Fury says, love the suit, Nick. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, guys. So, this is a very simple shot. I have a feeling it's going to be exceptionally sweet and good amount of lemon to it also. It starts with a base. Now remember, this shot is supposed to be a cake, so don't question my choices. Don't question my choices. The base is high protein vanilla protein shake. I prefer the Core Power by Fairlife. This is going to be half of your shot. Half of it. And I'm estimating measurements here because I don't really want to get out the measurements, you know. But it's like 3/4 of a tablespoon, I think. Half. It's a tablespoon and a half would be actually half. Then you're going to do 1/4 of the shot, so half of what's left with simple syrup. This is going to be very sweet, like I said, because it's a cake, right? Okay, so that's delicious. And then the last part of it, is lemon juice. Good old-fashioned lemon juice. Curdling 100%. Yeah, you have to drink this kind of quick. This will be fun. Okay. We'll give this a little stir. That's very lemony. Oh boy. This is going to be exciting. Here we go. Here we go. Not the worst. Not the worst. I would cut the lemon juice by about half. I would cut the lemon juice by about half. And I would add more. Probably make up for it with the simple syrup, actually. But there you go. There's my official Afroman lemon pound cake drink. It's not gross at all, actually. Like it's just very lemony, the one I made. So I'd cut the lemon juice down a little bit. But other than that, kind of good. I mean, it's vanilla. It's vanilla protein shake and then sugar. Someone asked me earlier if we were doing shots for the lemon pound cake. Or you could combine lemon and birthday cake syrup. I guess. I don't know. Is birthday cake syrup a thing? Okay. Let's see if we have any Afroman news. Okay, do we have anything? Nothing on the news right now. So what's my feeling? Will he get convicted? Well, it's not a criminal case. It's a civil case. I don't know. He has one really big problem. His really big problem was that he basically said he doesn't care what the truth is. He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to say that. He was doing just fine. That was an ill-advised statement. There's no way around it. Because they could decide. Now, they shouldn't. Legally, it's not actually a reckless disregard for the truth. Just because he's unwilling, or he says he's unwilling to entertain the truth, doesn't mean that he actually entertains doubts about the truth. Or, sorry, I shouldn't say unwilling to entertain the truth. Unwilling to entertain an alternative to what he said. But if you know something to be true, or have a strong belief that something is true, you can be unwilling to change your mind on it. That doesn't make it untrue. So that's the problem. He demonstrated that he has reasons to believe basically everything he said. Is just a question on what the jury will believe. Tim the Tool says they won't side with a ghetto black rapist criminal over their local cops. Well, I don't know. Apparently, according to the cops, they definitely would, right? According to the cops, the moment all he had to do was make a song, and then people are out there death threatening them 300 times a day. So, I don't know if your assessment is true. Because if your assessment is true, that means the cops were probably lying. And we know that they don't do that. That would be insane. Okay. Someone asked me if I'd watched this. I have not watched this, so I'm here to watch it with you guys. I don't know what this is. I have no idea.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Yeah, that's why I fucked his wife and got filthy rich. Yeah.
I think this is released today. Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Fix my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. Fix my dough.
So again, there's this interesting question going on with one of the plaintiffs. You know, one of the plaintiffs asserted that the defamatory statement about him is that Afroman claims that he had sex with the guy's wife. But I'm going to repeat it. That's not a defamatory statement about the husband. I mean, it would be if he said like that the husband did something, like the husband allowed me to sleep with his wife or something like that, right? Then that would be about the husband. That would be about what the husband did. But him saying he slept with the guy's wife is probably defamatory towards the wife. She should have been a party to the lawsuit, in my opinion. That one should be dismissed out. A lot of these should have been dismissed out, frankly. A lot of the statements, because, they weren't, at least as to some of the plaintiffs, they weren't about those plaintiffs. Plaintiffs aren't mentioned. They're not identifiable. And that's one of the elements of defamation.
My dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. My video. It's my dough. It's my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video. It's my dough. It's my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop stealing my dough. Stop disconnecting my video.
So that's it. That's just a little short bit of the of video there. The problem with Afroman is that despite what Tim the Tool or whatever feels about him, he doesn't seem to like a certain characteristic. But aside from what like Tim the Tool is saying, he seems just eminently likable. He seems relaxed. He seems chill. He seems like, he just wants to do his thing, make his music, entertain some people. And like, that's it. That goes a long way. One of the big advantages any celebrity has before a jury is that celebrities are demonstrably likable. They're demonstrably likable. They're proven charismatic and attractive. I don't mean physically attractive. I mean, some of them obviously are, but there's something that attracts people to them. It attracts attention. They draw eyes and minds by their existence, by their eccentricities, by their sense of style, by their acting or musical talent, by their willingness to just be in front of people and open themselves up is in some way through the medium of whatever artistic field they're in, right? Whether it's someone shredding on a guitar or someone acting in, a dramatic piece. It doesn't really matter. Engaging art and engaging performance is also engaging a little bit of yourself and engaging a vulnerability that people who are afraid or nervous or just simply unconfident, whichever, whatever the categories is, people who are unwilling to do that can still appreciate and often admire because of their own unwillingness to see someone else do that and open themselves up to the public scrutiny, open themselves up to the potential for public failure. That's something that some people find admirable and interesting. Even if they find it not admirable, they may find it just wildly interesting in the train wreck sort of capacity. Tim the Tool is on one today. He says, I wouldn't expect somebody who lives in bumfuck Minnesota to have a true grasp on how big of a problem blacks are. Apparently you've not been reading up on bumfuck Minnesota lately. Goodness gracious. how many rap songs say I fucked your bitch? A lot of them. A lot of them. There's one. There's one that was really specific. I can't remember how it goes. Something about a garage. God, I'm never going to think of that. Shit, I haven't heard that clip in a long time. Or that snippet of the song. Okay. What else do we have? What else do we have going on? I'm like completely tuned out of anything else going on right now. So I was doing the Corey Richens trial. That got done, and then I jumped right into this one. I did expect this to go longer than 3 days. I was hoping so, because it's fun. It's been a fun trial so far. And I would prefer to watch this trial forever than to watch some of the other things that are out there. Brother Lynch music gets into crazy sheet. Did both sides rest? Yep. Closing arguments have been delivered. We are... for closing arguments, we are... they've been given. Uh-oh. Okay, so here we have an interesting sort of thing. Check some of this Twitter activity. So this is from Mark Randazza, renowned First Amendment defender, ardent stalwart champion against the very concept of defamation. His assessment is a little bit different. He says, if you only look at the clippable moments, this case looks really stupid. But I've actually looked at the complaint, the motion papers, and honestly, I think it isn't really as offensive as it seems. My initial instinct was to be revolted by the case, but the more I look at it, the more I don't have a huge problem with it, which means that Mark is being a girl right now. Very girly of you, Mark. Running around saying this is okay. This isn't okay. Let's see. Afroman has a Batterham hymn of the police whistleblower. Oh, let's see. Man, the problem is playing his songs like the stream from yesterday, the stream of day 1 and most of day 2, that thing got copyright claimed already. It got copyright claimed because of the one of the songs in there. I think it was Lemon Pound Cake. And it's like, well, it's not my, like, you guys played it in a public trial. It's not my fault.
Mine eyes seen the corruption of the Adam County cops, stealing money, stealing cake when they...
Okay, I actually hate that one. I don't want to hear that. Like, as the battle hymn of the Republic, reprised for his situation. I don't know that. I'm only there for so much clever. All right. I'm only around for so much clever. What is this? Just because you're allowed to say it doesn't mean I want to hear it. Oh, I think that might be about Tim. Let's see. See, here we go. Here we go. Counterpoint to Randazza. Texas 2A attorney says, if the Afroman trial is proving anything, it's that cops can lie about you on their police reports and get qualified immunity. But if you write a sarcastic song about cops, they'll sue you for it because they are weak-spined cowards. Point. Counterpoint. Okay, what is this? What is this? So this is from the closing argument. Someone posted this. They would have to remove me from the courtroom.
In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style.
It's never going to not be funny.
He said it like they were facts. And in my opinion,
it's so basic.
I fucked his wife doggy style.
But it's never not going to be funny.
He said it like they were facts.
I can't believe he would say that. Oh my God.
In my opinion.
Oh my. Oh my God. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, see.
So
Afroman, he knows exactly what to do to these people. He's got this clipped out.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
So you're claiming that...
I don't know. You don't? Really? I think he wasn't actually hearing that question. I don't think he had any concept that he was answering that question at all. But I really do want to talk very briefly about this concept. When did mere name calling and mockery, when did that become defamation? Like, defamation is to try to, in context, seriously convey a message about someone. Like to give a factual recitation that is false, but is meant to be taken as true and important, right? Like, again, if I call someone gay, say, well, you're gay, shut up, homo, or whatever. Like, I'm not actually calling them literally homosexual. I mean, I might be. Depends. Depends on if their belt matches their shoes. But like, that's typically, it's just like an expression of an insult, because to be called gay is insulting. We're not going to pretend anymore because trial's over. But no, it's like you're just expressing something. You're not trying to actually express that someone is a homosexual. But nowadays, it's like if you say anything at all, it's taken as a recitation of literal fact. Lady Reagan, your belt matches your shoes. I know. I know it does. I'm the one who made it match. God. Oh, gosh. We might have to watch that Lisa Phillips segment again, because that was one of the funniest things I have ever watched. When she's crying, when she is crying, it's unstoppable comedy in that moment.
Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating, blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Over and over, thousands of times on the internet. People saw it, people laughed, people from out of state.
I don't think he posted it thousands of times on the internet. I think he posted it once. And a bunch of people watched it. I don't think he was out there going, pussy, 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 pizza, eating, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that really happened in the way that you just said. But it would be funny if it did.
But people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickum-Low Phillips, that was his nickname for her.
Lisa
Mr. Foreman
Lickum-Low!
posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used...
Oh, it started over. It started over. Here's my other problem. Or, well... Yeah, here's my thing with that Lisa Lickum-Low. Because someone was like... Megan Fox is complaining at me. She's like, you didn't watch the full Lickum-Low video. Which I haven't. I still haven't watched the full one because like I was just listening to the court feed of it. But it's like, well, now, you know when you hear a song one way the first time, even if you hear a remix of a song, but it's the first time you never heard the original, and then you hear the original and you're like, well, this thing is trash. Then you find out that that's the thing that was originally made, and you're like, well, the other one's better, right? I don't know that I could listen to that song without her crying through it. Like I need the sobbing. Like I need to feel its pain, like a tree in Fern Gully. Let me see. I should be able to find it.
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time.
Okay, do we have... Afroman testifies. Okay, I just gotta pull video. That was on day one, right? I think that was on day one, but which of the 3 videos from day one was it on? Oh, I think it's that one.
Times as a law enforcement officer.
Okay, hold on. If someone, I have to turn up the clips? Now the clips are too quiet? Impossible. Impossible. Oh, that's lovely. Go away. Okay. Here we go. Here it is. Here we go. This is not about free speech. Didn't you listen to the jury instructions? You know, that's a good point. I wasn't thinking about that. We got a couple more super tips. Here we go, Zerdith.
Are you your own wife? Dismissed? Get out. No claim here. Get out. Your professional life wasn't harmed? Wait, a promotion? Get out. You're dismissed? Get out. What other damages are claimed? What?
Borowski. Gosh, I miss him so much. Here's a picture from Sleeping Psychopathy. Terror in the Trenches 2 just launched on Indiegogo. I really love the first one, so I wanted people to know they could pick up the second one now. Anti-woke author and killer art. Hey, Sleeping Psychopathy, who's the author on that one? Terror in the Trenches. Okay, here we go. Here's the...
Wait a minute.
34.
Then for the record, Your Honor, my objection would pertain to Exhibit 34, just for the record.
Did you see this already, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, when they listed it, I did find it and take a look at it. I was never supplied a copy, but I did find a copy on YouTube.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
God, I love that guitar so much. Look at how cool it is.
Came to town. She left the pussy all around. From Adams County to the 275.
Yeah, Amy, how'd you get that one? How'd you get that wrong? Oh my God. I can't believe they put that in there.
You really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she's not too fine.
Hey, he said she's not too ugly. Not too ugly, not too fine. That was nice. That was way nicer than I remember. I didn't catch that before because I thought he was just insulting, but turns out he's actually very sensitive.
Something that's bigger than mine.
This video gets pretty lewd. I mean, I could play the whole thing, I guess. I mean, he's got it on YouTube. It's got to be fine, right? Maybe we should do that. Hold on. I'll play the entire thing. We'll play the actual video. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Oh, see, it's going to sound way better here. It's probably bad. Here we go. G Fontes, thank you. Thank you. Copyright strike in 3, 2, 1. I think Megan said she and Tug watched the whole thing. I'll turn this down a bit.
I wanna know. You said, do you love me? Love me, girl. Yeah. You said, do you love me? I wanna more. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Came to town. She
Decimal threat over on Rumble. See, I kind of agree. So much better with sniffles and tears. I hope he puts that in the remix.
800%.
Thank you for the Rumble rant.
All around.
Much appreciated.
From Adams County to the 275. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Licking every pussy alive. Lick 'em low.
That's ambitious.
Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't. Lick 'em low. Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza.
Keep my eye on the YouTube thing to see if it's gonna.
You really
tell me
don't
there's
know
copyrighted.
I notice her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she's not too fine. Might whoop out something that's bigger than mine. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Eating pussy like pizza. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Eating pussy like pizza. Lick 'em low, Lisa. She raided my house. She disconnected my cameras. Then she went down on my
So
spouse.
close.
I just don't.
Again, if he had made this with like AI and tried to pass that off as actually Lisa rather than obviously a stand-in or whatever, this would be so like this would border on being falling under revenge pornography categories. But deepfakes and revenge pornography falling under the same sort of thing, even though it doesn't depict her naked, depicting someone engaged in a sexual act is the same, or falls under the same statute usually. And so it could be really bad. But the fact that he used an actress or actor, is that a guy who plays her, which is part of the parody, you know, probably keeps them safe on that one.
Know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's pussy. Lick 'em low.
Oh my God, Tim the Tool. I love people like this. Limitation on artistic expression is the most important limitation. Without those limits, you end up in a downward spiral of degeneracy that leads to loss of true freedom. Yeah, you're right. The freedom of expression doesn't matter at all.
Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy pussy like pizza. When Lickum Lolisa joined the Adams County Sheriff Department, husband was complaining cause she was munching on their wife's carpet. Lisa lick 'em slow, Lisa lick 'em fast, Lisa lick that pussy, Lisa lick that ass. Lick 'em low, Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't lick 'em low. Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't lick 'em low. Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't lick.
Decimal Threat says, hard to pick a favorite moment from this trial. This one definitely makes the highlight reel. I agree.
Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't lick 'em low, Lisa. Full of shit Phillips. She'll pull your woman over, spread her legs and feel them lips.
Oh my God. This has to be okay for me to play. I'm watching it on YouTube, right? Like, so it has to be acceptable. I guess in theory it could get age restricted or whatever. But absent a copyright issue, which I'm not getting any. Normally, if you're playing copyrighted material that's not supposed to be reproduced and you're doing it live, you'll get a notification while you're streaming. It says, hey, you gotta stop doing that or whatever. I haven't gotten that yet. Yeah, I'm glad I sent out the pound cake poll. More importantly, I'm glad people showed up last night. You never know if people are going to show up, but people showed up last night. Very active and engaged chat the whole night through. Today's been fantastic. Made of questions, 100% agree. My show is not made for kids. It is decidedly an adult show.
Reclining, dancing in the driveway, singing how I lick pussy. And I need to learn how to count how many pussies I've licked.
Oh my gosh. When she was talking, I thought it was a guy asking her questions. I was waiting for her response. I wasn't looking directly at the video, and I forgot just how burly of a voice she has. I feel like, I gotta drop it down a little bit. I gotta drop it down. I don't want to be outdone.
And this has made it hard. To where I have to swallow it because of you. Things that's being said. Are you Lieutenant Licking Low, Lisa Phillips, Pussy Licking Phillips? Like you at Walmart,
Phillips.
Be called a guy because of your voice. Or asking if you got a pecker. How would you like that? Would you like a female or a guy asking if you had a vagina? Probably not. Unless.
Who cares? Who cares? I don't get it. Like, I know I have a different perspective than plenty of people, because you know, you do this, you do what I do, and you're going to get a bunch of people who don't like you. Like, you just are. People are going to say stuff. So you kind of have to coat yourself in Teflon and let it slide off. Otherwise, you'll go crazy. If you focus on what people say, you worry about it, and you're like trying to adjust for it or compensate, you won't. You'll never get there. That's the secret of the internet. You cannot satisfy these people. Whoever these people are, whoever you're talking about, that's true. It's not a particular group that it's limited to. So, like, I know I have a different perspective in that because I've had to deal with it for a long time. But I cannot imagine somebody being like, "What's wrong with you, you high-pitched homo? You got some flappy labia down there? You got a couple meat curtains to cover the window?" No. Like, I'm not going to cry about that ever. Like, there's in no way. When that lawyer got up and during closing arguments was like, for $2 million, would any of you, not a single one of you, no way, not a single one of you would dare take the abuse. Like, I would take all kinds of abuse for $2 million. Because it's not that I'm like, I don't have an abuse fetish or anything. It's just not that big of a deal. It'd be the easiest money on the planet. NS Nancy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Nancy. Welcoming 5 people to the Meat Mountains. There's just the amount of things that you could say or would have to say. I can't picture it. I can't picture anything. She's like, would you do this for $2 million? $2 million? Over 3 years, I'd probably do it for $50K. And again, I guarantee you, I have, for the past 2 years, dealt with worse than any of these plaintiffs.
Standing and have me on their gate. Obviously, I haven't had sex change. I have a child.
Well, that's not obvious.
Making money off of me.
You look like Alex Jones after he cloned himself as a woman so he could marry himself. Wildling Soul says, Raggets, I've been listening to you all day. That's all just part of the grooming. It comes in the full grooming package. And here at Ricado Law, we have a full grooming package available. Make sure you get groomed. Don't go away without getting groomed. Don't go. That you can't go. You're stuck here forever.
They didn't say I should have to prove I don't have a penis. Okay. I was on my.
Tim the Tool says you're a public figure, though. So are they. They're government agents. They're public figures. But even if they weren't, so? Again, so? $2 million? It's going to be hard for like a day. Get over it after that. You don't have time to sit around and like let people's insults drag you down. Every now and then you're going to go, God, maybe I do suck. And then you're going to remember the most important thing. You're not actually a piece of shit. You're not actually garbage. So people can say it all day. They can say whatever they want. You're not actually garbage. No matter how much they say it, you're not. So it might get to you from time to time. Tell you what, though, with $2 million extra dollars, it wouldn't get to you very often.
Way to work one morning, right in Panhandle, stop the stop sign. The commissioners had a contracted crew that was working in Panhandle. I get hollered, Lieutenant Lickham Low, Lisa Phillips. You want calls, or you don't even have to be working to get a holler from Lieutenant Lickham Low, Lisa Phillips, pussy licking. I'm not a crooked cop, I'm not a thief, and I sure don't have a penis. Like, there's been times that videos have been sent to me that I've had to go home because I can't handle it. You know? You know, I'll tell you what's sad is the fact that, number one, that I have to be emotional because your client lies. I've had a deep voice in my entire life. I did not wake up one morning and beg God to have a deep voice, all right?
Yeah, I did. He didn't grant it. Who cares? I've had a deep voice my entire life. And then stop worrying about it. Stop worrying about someone saying you have a deep voice. She's got a deep voice. Yeah. So? You're married. You have kids. Like, take a step back for a second. This person has been more successful in romance and family life than, you know, a bunch of people who like populate various forums or like Discord groups and stuff like that. As uncomely as Lisa is, she still found someone. She still has like a, you know, a romantic relationship. She has offspring, not the offspring, but she has her own offspring. Like, she's been successful, romantically, sexually successful. So what are you so worried about, lady?
I have not had a sex change. I do not have a penis. I shouldn't have to prove I don't have a penis.
Prove you don't have something.
Or about having a penis bigger than the rest of the guys that I work with. And pulling people over and licking pussy. I mean, come on.
Come on.
So you're asking for damages due to emotional stress. When you say emotional stress, can you tell me exactly what that is in the context?
Look at me in the face and tell me what it means. What does emotional stress mean to you? Obviously, this right here.
Are you saying there's no one else to call, or there is other people and you don't want to call?
I'm not going to put anybody else in the middle of it. So,
Lisa, I'm sorry. I didn't know that hurt you like that, man. You kind of
Thank you, Ryan Mitchell.
I mean, you're a cop.
Appreciate it.
I know you're. I'm sorry. I mean, you guys raided my house. You knocked down my door. I was upset. I would never shoot you, or I would never try to punch you. I thought I'd crack some musical jokes, and I didn't know they.
I think Camelot might be on my show
I'm
tonight.
sorry. I
Like,
think you're a nice
we might
looking
have-
lady. I didn't know you was a biological lady. I'm sorry.
Might be me and Camelot
Just having
on
fun
my
with
channel
the bad
tonight.
situation. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Oh man, Jesus. Hang on. Let's take a little break, everybody. Hang on.
It's about to get good. I don't know about that. Yeah, he apologized. Got that Bentley. That's way
Oh,
too high of a
this.
voice.
I did a show one night, and this girl said, "Hey, Afroman, I want to give you some pussy."
Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god. Oh man, he's got her hair like crazy. He was pulling for this. Oh my god, like a lawnmower. That's a lot of legs. That is a lot of legs. That is. The sound of that skin sliding over the other skin. Just gotta be.
Look at Lisa used to toss my salad for hours. Lisa used to lay on the floor and let me piss in her mouth.
I hate it because those kids knows who I am. That's just kids in the car.
Is that who I think it is?
Tate McRae, scene 1, take.
Okay, apparently Tate McRae's up next. Whoa! Well, that got pretty intensely graphic there at the end. Man, I hope we get an update on the verdict. Like, you just let us know if they're going to finish it out, if they're close. Because I don't want to just sit around like forever, right? I hate that. In some places they do that. It's like, well, we'll be here till 9 or 10 if we have to. But see, now the fatigue is setting in. Now I'm tired. Now I'm exhausted. What time zone is this? It's Ohio, which people tell me is Eastern. Go to sleep and we'll wake you up? No. No, that's okay. We'll see. We should get some indication on if they're gonna stay there and finish out jury deliberations or if they're gonna do it tomorrow. You're so glad that wasn't playing when your wife came up for lunch? Why? Set the mood right. Set the mood right. Do I think Afroman will win? You know, I don't know. You never really can tell, like with these, like the length of deliberations. But to me, a fast result, 7 plaintiffs, a fast result would have indicated that Afroman probably won. But with each, with each plaintiff that wins, like if the plaintiffs win, they've got to assign damages to each one. They have to decide it. That's the part that takes a while. Danielle 727 says, "Hey Nick." Heart. Hey Danielle, heart back. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being 11 months a member. Yeah, you only need 6 out of 8 jurors here. You don't need to be unanimous. And remember, they don't have to get to the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. For most of this, it's preponderance of the evidence. Most of them, which is just 51%, is more likely than not, is preponderance of the evidence. So if you have 6 jurors that believe it's more likely than not that one party wins over the other, you win. It's over at that point. Or that he loses. He can either win or lose. It's the same thing. 6-4 or 6 against. But there's one of the charges, or one part of one of the charges, does require clear and convincing evidence. I'm not sure what that is. And clear and convincing evidence is weird because it's like 70%, whereas preponderance of the evidence is 51%. This is funny. Libertarian expert says, "Nick, let me slide into that polycule. I know you don't have standards." Why you got to insult yourself? Are you implying that if I did have standards, I wouldn't accept you? Are you ugly or deformed? Or do you have just a really shitty personality? I have a feeling on that one. I can guess. You don't have to put yourself down, man. I'll insult you. Doing all that work, insulting yourself. Goodness gracious. Can this be appealed if he doesn't win, or is it a final decision? It'll be a final decision at the district court level. It can definitely be appealed. Either way, on either side. Likely, either side would take the appeal. You're given one automatic appeal to go up to the next level. In this case, the Ohio Court of Appeals would be the proper appellate avenue. Watching the trial, I think Afroman has several appeals points, and his lawyer did a pretty good job preserving those with objections, making it very clear that he wanted objections on the record even when the judge resolved them. I think he has several appeal points if necessary, because some of the evidentiary decisions, some of the allowed testimony, the fact that he didn't let them discuss the warrant but allowed the plaintiffs to discuss the warrant tons of times, the fact that they were able to bring in an expert, have him testify about his expertise and his background, even though those were both irrelevant to the facts, and call him a fact witness. And then when the defense brings in the one lady and they don't actually talk about her area of expertise or try to bolster her credibility with her resume, and they get admonished. They get admonished that that her expertise doesn't matter, and they're not to regard that in any way. So I don't know, man. The there's definitely some uneven play happening. That's no fun. Okay. Anything? We don't have any verdict watch or any verdict update right now. Do I think that the judge poisoned the jury? I mean, I don't know if he poisoned the jury or not, but I think that he ruled in particular inappropriately on a couple different areas of law. How's there not a single stream of the courtroom right now? There's only one local news station streaming the court at all, and they've done an awful job. We missed like half of the trial. Can you imagine how many more memeable moments existed in that half of the trial that we didn't get to see? We did pass 50 members, 52 members for the stream. That is amazing, guys. That is so cool. Love to see it. Can you talk about the scary case of letting people like this on the bench, people like Kurt? Do you think Kurt and this judge are alike? I don't know if that's... I don't know that I saw that in particular. Look, there's some judges who just don't... they believe that there's the law, and then they believe that there's what they say. And they believe that what they say is, supersedes the law. There was a case. It wasn't my case. I stood in for one hearing because the lead attorney on the case was not able to be there. And so he hired me to do the hearing while he was out of town. And so I stepped in. It was an awful case. I really hated it. I didn't like the client. It was not a crime that I was interested in defending in any way. But I wasn't brought in to defend anything. I was brought in to help with the plea hearing, to do the plea hearing so the guy could plead guilty. The plea agreement was already negotiated. It was literally just go in, lay the factual basis, get the guy's plea on the record, and then set up the sentencing hearing. And then the guy came back to handle sentencing. I didn't have to do any of that. I just had to get him through the plea hearing, which is a little bit of a chore. But it was, the client was guilty and pleading guilty to a really, really horrifying crime. And the defense attorney negotiated an amazing deal for that. I think the guy should have died in prison. Like, he was just, again, his crime is really horrific. And this guy had negotiated it down to where he might actually see the sunlight one day. I think he knocked it down to 14 years, something like that. Maybe 12 years. So either 12 or 14 years was the plea agreement sentence. The prosecution wanted to go for 60 years with aggravating factors, but they ended up negotiating it out at 14 years. Anyway, this is way too much babble to get to the main point. The main point was this, though. The judge in that case is a judge named Spilseth. He's retired now. But he actually said to the defendant At one point early in the trial, he's like, I know you're guilty and we'll get you. And then there was another point, or not in the trial, in the proceedings, in one of the hearings. There was another point where the judge said, like, he flat out said, I don't care what the law says. Because I was like, Your Honor, that's not the law. He's like, I don't care what the law says. And it's like, what do you do with that? That judge has determined what the law is, and it is whatever he wants it to be. Completely unconcerned with the actual written statute. Tim the Tool has become a YouTube member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm now on Tim the Tool's side. Real Lady Raggets, yes, I would love some Qdoba. I'll message you my order. Thank you. You're such a sweetie. Let's see, guys. Do I want a bowl or a burrito? I think I want a bowl. There we go. Judicial review kind of is legislation, though, isn't it? Well, judicial review happens at the appellate level. The appeals court, and then technically it happens at the Supreme Court level. And the appeals court are not supposed to engage in judicial review. The appeals court, are supposed to engage in correction of the lower courts. The judicial review is to actually make the decisions that say that a law is a specific way, and that's typically at the Supreme Court level, and then it's implemented through the appellate courts. But is it legislation? It's not supposed to be, but sometimes they do, legislate from the bench. That doesn't make it right. It just means that they do it. And we kind of end up having to accept it as part of the whole process, but we shouldn't. Cat painting is freaking you out after whatever stupid amount of hours staring at it while marathoning this off the rails trial. Cat is not normal. No, it's not. It was a filter. It was a Zoom filter. Attorney showed up for the hearing, and his granddaughter had been using his laptop, and she had left the filter on of the cat on his Zoom camera. And so he's sitting there, and his assistant is trying to fix and turn off the filter. And he says, he is ready to proceed. He's like, I am ready to proceed. I am not a cat. There's not a verdict yet. There is not a verdict yet. Let's see. Camelot says, message me too. It'll be fun. Made of questions. Who is a complete asshat about a self-defense trial? Was it me? I don't think so. But it might have been. I'm just curious. I'm really getting close. Really getting close to saying, hey, maybe we should call this stream. And if the verdict watch comes back, then, we can fire something up. Because I am fading fast, very fast. Coding ATC says the irony is the only reason I know about lemon pound cake is the fact that the cops sued Afroman. Yep. Grace says, lol, our guy's lost his steam. I know. I started streaming at 11 p.m. And I took 2 hours off from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. roughly. But I've been streaming since 11 p.m. Whew. I wanted to get caught up for today. I was going to wait and get caught up for tomorrow. It's going to take today and watch day 2 and day 3. But then last night, day 1 was so short and day 2 was 4 hours, but it's okay, I think we can do this if people will stick with me. And we had, like I said, we had 950 people stick through pretty much the whole show, which was crazy because, again, going until 7 in the morning, you just don't tend to have that kind of engagement at that time of night. So it was awesome though. People were willing to hang out and watch more. So we did it. But man, am I tired now. Let's see, we've got Miss Sparkle says, go to bed. How many hours have you been doing this? Well, I mean, so at 11, at 1 o'clock, it was 12 hours. So 14 hours. I think that's a lot. A lot of time. So I think maybe we'll do that. And then if I hear about a verdict watch, or if I hear about a verdict coming in, then I'll set up a stream and we'll pop on. Be ready. But I'm gonna go lay down. So I gotta get someone to be able to call me or something if that comes in. But yeah, I'm gonna call this stream, guys. It's been amazing. Make sure you hit like on the way out if you haven't yet. I'm at 1,224 likes. It's been a bit since we've had over 1,000 likes during the show. Maybe we'll get a verdict tonight, maybe not. Camelot and I are doing Wednesday shows, alternating on channels. It's supposed to be on my channel tonight. I'm going to talk to him, but it'll either be on my channel or his channel. And I believe we'll probably start 9:15 to 9:30, somewhere in there, because I tend to have to drive one of my kids around to get them, to pick them up around 9 o'clock. So that might be a thing. But around 9:15 to 9:30. But I'm going to talk to Camelot and see which channel we should have it on. It should be on my channel, but there's some reasons I might want to have him host tonight, and then I can host another night or something. Zerdith says, thank you for the fun stream and the laughs, Ricada and chats. Thank you. Archivist says, hey, brother, you carried the show exquisitely. I've been pretending to code since 6 a.m. and holding a steady convo would have been interesting for me. Didn't think you'd commit. Didn't think I would either. Well, like, I don't know if the rest of the chat wants to hear a conversation between you and I. Depends on the subject and stuff like that. All right, guys. I'm going to go get a little rest. And I've got a bunch of clipping and there's still going to be some more Afroman content. We'll put it that way. We've got some clips that we'll do. And I'm going to try and do some, like, the clips, really short clips, like 30 seconds to a minute long. We're going to do some of those for each of the days. And then we've also got some explanatory commentary that has not been recorded, that I'll record, talking about what happened in the case, and then maybe revisiting some of the really major great moments that could also use a little bit more explanation or take a little bit more time. And we'll get some of those videos produced and put up, I think. And we might have some Afroman fun on a members only stream, maybe make a song or two about some of the other people involved, call them pedophiles and stuff. I'm mostly kidding. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out, making the show amazing. We actually did get to 53 members for the show, which is unbelievable. Unbelievable how engaged and generous you guys are. Oh, leave comments on these live streams. Drop the comments with timestamps of your favorite moments. Like, it helps me because it helps me know, like, what to clip and what people would like to see. Like I said, I'd be happy to credit you in the clip, but also it really helps with engagement. And one of the things that I need right now, that I'm, personally asking for, is that engagement right now is the thing that helps actually overcome the algorithm disaster that I have built by not streaming for so long. So that really helps. Just those little things, dropping a comment, just say, like, hey, this timestamp, or hey, just say what you liked about the trial. Any of that stuff really does kind of help. I'm taking a holistic approach. If you notice, I've got a completely different revamped thumbnail style, and there's I've got more growth centered descriptions and stuff like that. Working on those things to get YouTube to let the people who watch my show know that I'm here. So many people don't know that I've even been streaming, and I've been streaming for months. So I've got to overcome that. And one of the best ways to do that is to get engagement from you guys who are watching. So if you, I see a lot of you say that this is the most fun place to watch trials and stuff. Just great ways to help out are liking, sharing, and dropping those comments. Like that, they don't cost anything but your time and a little bit of your attention, but they're massively appreciated, because it's stuff like that I can't do that. That all has to come from you, but it helps tremendously. Same on Rumble, by the way. If you're Rumble viewers, you are not left out of that same exact thing on Rumble. Dragon Wizard God says, for the Coke Pope, thanks a whole bunch. I'm trying to get Rumble to remember that I exist too, because I think there's a lot of people on Rumble who like my show but don't know that it's on there. Yeah, Bentajel. I've been wanting to do, before I got arrested, I was talking about how much I wanted to find trials that were like 3 to 5 days long, because that's a normal trial. Bronca and I had talked about it a whole bunch, because like these 7-week monstrosities, they just take so much time, and it gets so boring sometimes, and tedious. And it's like, I'm trying to find ways to jazz those up too. But man, wouldn't it be fun if we could watch a whole bunch of trials all the time because they're only a couple days long, like this one? I mean, perfect Perfect amount of time. 3 days. Sledge Entertainment says, Nick, you're late and gay. Get some rest. Yes, yes. Thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. All right, guys. My pontifications, I think, are done. Let me just make sure there's no pending super tips or anything. Perfect. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Sleeping Psychopath, he says, whoops, Terror in the Trenches 2 is on Kickstarter. Indiegogo is being really gay. Author is Von Klaus. He has a real love for this old character and hates how it's been treated by the mainstream. So there you guys go. Terror in the Trenches 2 on Kickstarter is where you can find that. All right. Thanks again. Hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And you guys made this trial really fun. Until next time, peace. Peace.
So pour out an art bag about more of the Freud. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have